But these kids are putting just as much in as those big boys, don't you worry about that. And this is a bit of a quandary for the coach, of course, two boys from the same gym, Nookie Johnson's old gym and the Taupo gym, and I'm sure they'll box it out just as hard as where they're from somewhere else.
And of course you're following this on Sky Sport Next. You can follow it, of course, and follow us with Facebook and their Instagram. And as you say, these little guys, they're not scared of messing it up and getting toe-to-toe nice and early in the morning.
Yep, no, they get in there and pound for pound, they're doing just what the big boys are doing.
How hard is it for a couple of young fellas who sort of train in the same gym? I mean, they'll probably know each other reasonably well as friends, as well as, you know, now opponents.
It's a little bit of a tough one, but you know, you're there to get in there and have a go. And of course, you know, it's just like a running race. They're not killing each other. You know, it's a competitive sport. They're trying to outsmart each other, and the better guy will possibly win. They'll be great mates later on. You know, this is one beautiful thing about boxing. You leave a piece of each other with each other.
There'll be a few mums and dads out in the audience, grandparents and the like, saying, "Oh, don't hit my little fella." Of course, in the red corner is Chris Walker. In the blue is John Conning, and of course they're out of the Nookie gym here in Tupou. So it's a local bout for both of the boys. They've just had the 10-second slap. And of course we are at the Great Lakes Centre and right in the heart of Lake Tupou. So if you sort of within, I don't know, a couple of minutes, shoot down to the Great Lakes Centre having a look. And of course, as we were just saying, Steve, this is going to be another big day. I think we had, nearly 50 bouts yesterday, and we've got another 50 on the card today as well.
It's going to be huge. Yeah, it's trying to compress this whole event into 2 days is becoming a fairly large logistical nightmare, really. But hey, look, it's a slick operation. It's working well, and it's also a good sign of the health of our sport. And what we've really noticed, and the comments we've had from some of the older members who have been coming here for many, many years, some of this boxing they've seen in the last day is the best they've seen for decades.
Yeah, we had a couple of absolute cracker matches yesterday.
Oh yeah, and those big boys, those super heavyweights and that, they are fit and they're very agile, and it's very exciting for the future of our sport.
Stay straight down the middle.
Both scoring rather well first up, keeping those jabs going. Those gloves seem to be so big on those little hands, don't they?
That is one problem when you're a little fella, but don't worry, they still have a crack.
Go forward, JB. Push him. Back in there, JB. Come on, heaps of power.
Of course, there's 3 judges involved in each one of these bouts, each scoring. And these are the young fellas who are 34 kg, as I say, the schoolboy novices.
Come on, double it up, JB. Follow him, JB. Come on, JB. And get back in there, JB. Look, he's dropping his guard. Same thing.
They're both getting their little licks in, you know, they're going well. Obviously they spar a lot together, so they know each other very well. So they're trying to figure out, they've got to do something different here.
Yeah, I thought that first round probably was Chris Walker, but John Conning in the blue, he came back really well in the second round.
Yep. And the third round will be interesting. It's a close little battle.
And because they are the young fellas, they are only 1.5 minute rounds. Some of the bouts that we'll be seeing today are 2-minute rounds, and then of course once we get into the senior level, then they are 3-minute rounds. As the crowd starts to build up here at the Great Lakes Centre.
Some of our life members in the background, these guys have supported us for most of their lives, and so we give them special attention, make sure they get front row seats, and they're well catered for.
Double that jab.
Seconds have been called. Now, during the day, we are actually going to hopefully try and grab a couple of the boxers and get some interviews with them to see how they've been enjoying the tournament. And some of these young fellas. Bit of a slugfest. In one of the corners is Powell Marshall, of course. Powell was helping us yesterday with commentary. And for those who were listening in yesterday, he did bring a thermos of tea, and it's huge. Just a small side bet on who was winning. Oh, nice jab there.
Yeah, just when you think the blue corner might be getting ahead, the red fella comes back.
He's coming forward on that foot. Young Chris Walker in red. Referees are controlling these matches really well. As you say, safety is paramount.
Yep, the referee is the first layer, and they do a very good job.
Both scoring well. And a great first up.
It'll be a tight one, possibly blue, but it'll be close.
He dived that one really well. So we'll see what the judges call are. We're heading down to Nelly, our ringside announcer. She'll be about to make the decision. The judges have put their cards in.
By unanimous decision, blue corner, John Honey.
So the first bout goes out to both local boys boxers, to John Conning. Now, of course, with the scoring.
Sorry, this is the scoring, Brent.
Yeah. So they're both going to receive their certificates.
They will. This is a final, and so one of these boys will be crowned the 34-kilo schoolboy novice champion of the Golden Gloves. And they're getting some nice little pendants here too. They're lovely to receive.
Might be a little bit tight around his neck.
If they can fit around their head.
As you say, they're both out of the same gym. Come in and get the obligatory photos. Everyone will be happy. And as you say, the two boys out of the same club probably have spent a lot of time sparring together. Well done to both of them.
And when they're 60 years old, they'll have that photo and they'll laugh about it.
So we're into our second round, and the weight starts to climb as we go through the day. So they're up to now. This is again schoolboy novice, 38 kg. Hiriwaka Dean will be coming into the red corner, and Lyric Kawai will be fighting out of the blue corner. Who's our referee for this one?
Who have we got? Taulomo is the referee. Tau's from Auckland. And we've got another boy from the Taranaki.
Now, of course, you've got to be following him, don't we?
So,
another Naki boy?
Red corner.
Red corner we're looking for. These kids have come from, well, in fact, all the boxers from right round the North Island. We've got Trentham, Heratonga, the Naki, Auckland.
Yeah, all over the North Island, yep. And one girl from the South Island too. She couldn't get a match down there, so she's come up here.
We're getting the final instruction, as I say, Wakadeen, in the red. and Lyric Kawai in the blue. These young fellas are showing great speed. I mean, I know they're agile, but they are showing good technique, keeping their hands up nice and high, moving in, using that jab.
Yeah, they watch the bigger boys and they emulate it, and of course these guys add their little dimension to it too, and they box well.
Lead, Lyric. There you go. Work. Shift out. Lead.
We had a great number of people following it yesterday on Sky Sport Next, and if you're sitting at home watching the 36th annual North Island Golden Gloves Championship here in Taupo, you'll get to see some fantastic boxing during the day. Starting off, of course, with our juniors, the schoolboy novices, and they are about 1.5 minutes, 3 rounds each. So we'll be getting through these fights rather quickly. And now yesterday I did actually say that would be our second part of the day would be later. It looks like today we will be sort of probably only having about 30-minute break between the first, what have we got, first 28 bouts this morning. So if you're looking at rescheduling your time, we're probably talking around about 4:15 we'll be back on the air. Looking at that, just depends on the timing, but we'll just have a 30-minute break between the morning session and the afternoon into the evening, but we'll keep you well and truly informed as to that. So Steve, you're looking for any particular matchup today that you're really looking forward to in the afternoon session possibly?
Look, to be honest, I've been that busy, I haven't taken a lot, well, I haven't taken a lot of notice, but it's so many names and so many kids. But it's probably the final session tonight. The afternoon session will be some very interesting matchups, and of course David Naika is fighting again, or boxing again, and there's going to be some very, very good super heavyweight bouts, no doubt about it.
I have to say the skill level of these young fellas, both Huriwaka and Lyric, are just showing great composure and skill, both trading their blows very, very well, ducking and diving, but still coming back forward.
The young Huriwaka is from the box office gym in New Plymouth, so he's a Taranaki boy, so I'll have to try and push him along a bit and get him a win.
Well, yesterday it seemed to be everyone in the red corner, so maybe today's going to be a slight change.
You never know.
You never know.
Gotta shoot. Yes. Again, Lyric. Shoot, Lyric. Lyric, shoot. Yes. Follow it. Again. Lead, Lyric. Yes. Shoot.
Another thing I'm just noticing too, Steve, is that they're not breathing. Now these boys they're in good condition. They've trained really well.
We were just discussing this morning with some of our other coaches, and that how great it is to see when the kids were lining up for the weigh-in, how fit and active and healthy these kids look, and that is a credit to the coaching and the sport itself. Of these kids aren't obese, they're watching their diet, they're conscious of their health, and it's a brilliant thing to see.
And the other thing we have mentioned, and it's worth saying it again, is that, even though boxing at times has had a bad rap, I mean, these young guys are learning not just the actual physical side of, fitness and the diet and the likes, but also, the respect for their opponent, the respect for their coaches and the other people within their gyms that they're training at.
Oh yeah, almost every gym in the country has protocols and rules, I guess. You know, some of these kids come from some pretty hard backgrounds, and they look forward to a little bit of discipline and a little bit of guidance, and the gym becomes their second home. The coach becomes their mentor, and the coaches, of course, love these kids to bits. You know, they're children. You know, so it's a wonderful thing, and the kids really do grow as people through the sport.
Yeah, well, young Dean in the red corner, he's come out firing in this third round. But again, he's getting matched up again. With Lyric Kawai, he's... As you say, they just keep coming back. I think that was purely a slip.
And of course, this becomes a little bit mental. You know, you've got to push through that barrier and try and overcome the guy just with your mental strength, let alone your physical strength.
And remember, the refs are watching very, very closely just to ensure that if there is a punch that is landed and they get the standing 8, it's the protection of the boxers themselves to make sure that they don't get themselves hurt, and they're wearing all the safety gear. Those blows still hurt.
It was a great little fight. And of course, you've got to remember the technology that goes in those boxing gloves with the padding and everything, and now it's right up to speed. It's state of the art, and that glove is taking a lot of the impact out of those blows.
And isn't that, now that's what you love about the sport.
Oh, look,
Go
mate
out
for life. Here's my friend for life. We just left a bit of each other with each other, you know, like we gave it all, and mate, we won't forget that. You don't forget these fights.
Yeah, well, as you said to me yesterday, actually, you were commenting you still remember your first fight.
First fight is the most nerve-wracking thing you'll go through in your life. but you push through it and you grow from it, and it's an amazing thing. I played a lot of rugby when I was young, and but my first boxing fight, oh bloody hell, I'll tell you what, it was a big one to get through.
Yeah, well, unlike a game of rugby, you know, where you've got 14 other guys that are sort of watching your back, this one, the only one that's watching your back is yourself. And, you know, you've got to get on with it. And as you say, these boys will become friends, even if they live in different districts. I'm sure that if they happen to be visiting, you know, they'd get invited to the local gym where the boys are training and, you know, get a chance.
Oh,
Catch
yeah,
up.
and of course you've got something in common to talk about.
Yeah.
Winner by unanimous decision, blue corner.
There you go.
Lyric Kawai.
Lyric Kawai. You Taranaki boy.
That's a good one. That's a good one. About time. Oh, wait on. No, you've tricked me there. You've tricked me.
Did I trick you? I apologise.
You set me up completely. Anyway, it was a very well contested bout.
As you say, look at it. Go back to each corner and look at that for respect.
That's brilliant.
Holds the rope.
And that's the sport exemplified.
So as I say, we're firing through these. We've got another Taupo lad coming up, Riley Cruz. The boxers have been called in. Nina Schuster is officiating on this one.
Yes, Ina is a very competent lady, and she is also president of the New Zealand Referees and Judges Association.
So in the red corner will be Riley Cruz, and in the blue corner, George Albin.
Another Nookies boy, another local one. In the red corner.
And of course, Nookie, for those who have any, I mean, almost famous in boxing circles, and particularly in the central North Island. I mean, his gym well missed that gentleman.
Nookie was a legend. He was the kindest, biggest-hearted guy you'd ever come across. He always had a kind word for everyone, and he loved the kids. And this tournament is a testimony to Nookie. We always call it Nookie's tournament, regardless of any other name it may have or whatever. It's Nookie's tournament.
And of course, the gym still operates under his name and his legacy.
Yeah, no, that's a really good thing. You know, pals continue that on, and that's a sign of great respect.
So again, we're just moving up slightly in weight. These are schoolboy novices, 46 kg. And again, 3 1.5 minute rounds. Just checking that the boxes are all ready to go. The corners will be stood back. Final instructions from our referee. As I say, those gloves make those hands.
Touch out of proportion.
Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit. And again, these young fellas, they don't muck around. They're straight into it. There's no such thing sort of as sizing themselves up. It's just get in there and go toe-to-toe, straight into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, once more, getting on to the feeling out process pretty quick.
And of course, the scoring, trying to get that first round where you're not coming from, having to work your way around it. He's covering up, but he's not able to get himself off the ropes.
Trying to get a chance to get a shot in, but it's a little bit hard when another fella's not stopping.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about earlier with the safety.
Yes, Eden stepped in there and said, give him a rest, give him a little break, ask him how he feels. You good? Okay, righto.
And that extra 30 seconds might just get him a chance to settle down and try and get his composure back. But as you say, if a guy's coming in firing everything at you, remembering if he gets a second standing 8, the referee will stop.
Just becoming a little bit overwhelmed, and the referee will probably step in about an hour.
Yeah.
And probably call that.
As you say, and you've said it numerous times, it's worth repeating all the time. This is a very safe sport because the referees and everyone in the corner takes it very seriously.
Give him one more go, and then we'll see how he responds. Well, he's got a couple back in then.
I sort of feel like his head, and then I'm talking about George Orban and Blue, that headgear's just dropping down that little bit. It might just be skewing his vision somewhat.
It is frustrating with headgear. It's hard to get it fitting really, really good, and of course it does come down, pitching off a little bit, and as you dip your head, you lose your vision, and it does make it awkward. But the headgear is there for a really good reason with these kids, and it does its job well.
What would you be saying if you were George Orban and Blue? What would your squad be saying to him now?
Oh, he'll be saying, how you feeling, mate? And then he'll probably say, yeah, all right. Now you're keen on this? You want to get back in there? Yeah. So, okay, mate. Well, look, you got to try and do a bit of movement here and take it away. Don't stand in front of him. If he's trying to dominate you, get some angles on him and just take that punch off him by moving your feet and try and keep him just off a little bit with a little bit of a jab in that and take the heat off yourself.
Well, I'd say Paul Marshall, of course, who's the trainer of Riley Cruz in red. He'll be saying, just continue with what you're doing.
If it's working, don't fix it. It's going well.
A little bit of physicality, of course, pushing him back into the ropes. Oh, he's scoring. He's not holding anything back. Referee, as I say, looking real close, checking that he's all right. Referee's letting this carry on, which I think is great. Both boys are showing a great amount of heart.
A lot of heart. Just a little bit overwhelming for Blue, but the referee's given him a chance to get back into it.
He scored a beauty there. A lovely right hand over the top. A little bit of claret maybe just appearing. Another little haymaker.
And then we'll get a little of that blood wiped off. He's got a little caught one on the nose there. We'll get a little bit of blood sometimes. And it's certainly nothing that anyone's bothered about. And he's just saying, Nina, can you let me have another go at him for a few seconds?
So remember, 1.5 minutes per round. This is the third and final round. And he's not holding back. George Orban might have taken a bit of a punishment in the first one and maybe 1.5 rounds, but he is managing to score.
It was a great little fight, and you've got to give the young blue boy a big up for that. A lot of heart, and he hung in there and got some respect out of it.
And the crowd get right in behind it as well, which is great.
It's hard when you're a young fella. This is probably one of the first times in your life you've been under absolute pressure, you know, and anything to do with just living, you know, you've got to overcome the odds at times, and sometimes you just simply got to fight back. And this is where these kids grow. They learn that life's pretty tough out there, and if you just bend to stuff and try and hide from things, sometimes it just doesn't work. You've got to confront it and work your way through it, and that little blue fella, he'd done that.
Yeah, well, George Orban, of course, in blue. Riley Cruz in red. Riley representing Lake Taupo, of course, with the Nookie Club. We'll see how they go in this. And again, straight into it, toe-to-toe.
This is the longest 1.5 minutes of the blue fella's life.
He's breathing hard. No, referee has decided enough is enough.
Yeah, good decision by, you know, look, he's had a good crack, you know, he's stood up and proved to himself that he's got courage and he can get in there and hold his own, and so nothing more will be achieved by carrying on, so it was a good decision.
Yep. And I mean, even though they are sort of, what would I say, lightweight, being 46 kg, the fact that the legs are still going to feel the heat, you know, they're going to feel the tiredness, and that's what I love about it.
Oh yeah, they've given it all, you know, yeah, they put just as much into that as the best boxers in the country.
No, it's good to see, and as I said, the crowd, the audience are really enjoying it as well. They're getting right behind these young ones. They just realise the amount of energy that they've got to put in, you know, the training that they apply, whether it's 3-5 days a week.
Third round. Red corner.
Yeah, with the training nowadays, the boys are doing a lot more than they used to in the past. These boys are fit and they are athletes, you know, especially as you get into the older ranks. They're training 5 days a week, and we've noticed that this year with the standard that it has definitely improved to years gone by, and we're seeing, I believe, a little bit of a change in our sport as far as fitness and the science of it. They're really boxing well. And that's a credit to the coaches of this country too.
And of course, people have got to realise this is completely amateur. So every volunteer, all these people that are coming in and helping out this weekend, you know, have volunteered for this and giving these young fellas and girls, of course, you know, the opportunity to show their wares and how much work they've done. In the red quarter on this one, this is 38 kg. Boys novice is Finbar O'Sullivan. And in the blue corner is Karu Hay. I think Finbar is from Pacific Boxing.
And Jack Tudavanu is the referee from Auckland.
Ran into a couple of them this morning when grabbing the traditional early morning coffee, and they were really excited, looking forward today, and enjoyed immensely how yesterday was run. As I say, it's non-stop boxing action here at the Great Lakes Centre as part of the North Island Golden Gloves Championship. Of course, you notice the different styles too. You know, some of the boxers carrying their hands a little bit lower, their stance is different, changing from sort of southpaw back in tradition. And these young fellas, they've got the skill level, they've got the foot action.
Yeah, sort of for a few years there was a bit of a style where you drop your hands and move your head a lot, and and you tend to stand out of the punch and try and sneak in. But nowadays, the Eastern European boxers and some of the better boxers in the world now are coming back to a very much upright stance with the hands up, and they're punching short and fast. So we've seen two sort of styles now coming into the game, and but the walk-through style of the Europeans is becoming a little bit more relevant.
Yeah, just watching young Finbar in the red, Finbar O'Sullivan. He's working those body shots as well. He's really attacking that left-hand side of Hay and then following it forward. Seems to have a really good technique.
Yeah, well, that body shot, the body's a lot bigger target than the head, and as we saw yesterday and particularly last night, there were some really good body blows going in, and they were causing some problems for the opponents.
Again, just repeating, these are 1.5 minute rounds, so we're going to be getting through our program really quickly this morning. We'll be having a break of around about half an hour between this morning's session and then going into the evening session. And I said some 50 bouts were required for the Golden Gloves this week. And as I say, we'll keep you informed prior to going to the break of when we will be back on air with the Sky Sport Next. Follow us on Instagram and, of course, Facebook as the corners are getting ready. Now, we were talking yesterday, you were saying that the Commonwealth Games coming up 2022, so the selectors are starting to iron out some of the people that they might want to tap on the shoulder and put them into camp, get their training going, and saying, look, we're looking at you real close.
Yeah, our New Zealand selectors are here, and watching, and then some of these kids, we're looking at it now thinking, well, look, we might have to sort of increase the numbers because there are so many good kids boxing here, and it's only fair that we probably increase the numbers of these camps, and they'll soon weed each other out. But by gee, a lot of them deserve to be in there.
Sullivan in the red corner throwing a great set of combination punches. He's taking to the body and then moving up and then just getting himself out of jail by stepping back real quick.
Yeah, I kind of like that. He's coming with a nice little left hand to the body at times too, and I like that. It's really good. And of course, what some people forget a little bit is the scoring area is the chest area too. I mean, a well-placed punch in the chest scores equal to any blow on the scoring area of the body. So it's not all about cracking the guy in the head.
With these young guys, the thing that it just changes so quickly, you think that somebody's sort of got the upper hand, so to speak, and then all of a sudden, that 1 minute of a break between rounds and they come back and it's a completely different fight.
Yeah, and it only takes one adjustment maybe. Hey mate, you're drifting the wrong way. You're drifting towards his punching hand, his right hand. You look, peel off to your right. Get away from his, go around his left hand, and from the other way, and take that right hand right away from him. And little things like that, little adjustments make a huge difference. It's like the old story, if you got a guy with a big left hook, you don't move towards it.
As many a person found with David Tour.
David Tour discovered that lesson when he fought Lennox Lewis, and Lennox Lewis all night moved away from David's left hook, and every time David tried to throw it, he was cross-footed, and it took it right away. And it was a hard one for David because that's a mean punch that David had, but Lewis, he figured it out.
So these boys are, again, toe-to-toe. They're weighing in at 38 kg. During the day, of course, we just move up the weights. Doesn't mean that the boxing is impressive now. I mean, these first 4 fights that we've been watching has been just action non-stop. O'Sullivan in the red is really working that body as well. Getting under Hay.
Yeah, and Curry Hay, he's still having a go too, you know, so it's a good little bout, good little fight.
Straight up the middle, straight up. Here we go, big first, get up there. Don't wait for him, come on, big first. Come on, wait for him. Don't run away, come on.
Yeah, I'm probably at this point leaning a little towards O'Sullivan in the red. But in saying that, you know, young Hay, he's not taking a backward step.
Yeah, no, not at all. And the thing about the more you watch boxing, the more you understand the science and the technique behind it. You know, there's a lot of things these boys are doing that's mitigating what the other guy's doing, and you know, there's little slips and little bobs, little weaves, little setups. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on in there. And a lot of people, unfortunately, view the sport as just two people trying to knock each other's block off. It's a lot different than that. It's a real little chess game.
Yep, and the boys are again showing the true sportsmanship, heading to the opposite quarters to say thanks to their opponent. Just wait for the judges' scorecards to be taken into account, and then we'll head down to Nelly, who's our ringside announcer. In fact, Nelly's young fella, TK, is going to be fighting sort of later in the morning from Patamoranui. So young Kuru Hay from Rotorua up against Finbar O'Sullivan, just waiting for the decision to be made.
It's always hard to hold all this stuff and try and shake one of the boys' hands at the same time.
Winner by split decision, red corner, Finbar O'Sullivan.
Yeah, I think that was deserved.
Yep, no, good about both boys, and it went the right way.
And a certificate that Mum and Dad could
A big, huge thank
put up
you
on
to
the
funders of
mantelpiece
this
and be very proud of the fact that they've done that.
Oh yeah, no, they've achieved something. Pair of them, it's great.
I think the old chains.
I think we've got it tangled.
Yeah, I think when he stuck it in his pocket.
Never take Jack fishing.
Well, just undoing tangles all day. Yes, I remember when I was probably a very impatient young fella, and when I took up fly fishing, my parents could not understand how I could be so patient tying on a tiny little fly after being a salty boy most of my life. But
I can't do that. I just can't do anything fiddly like that. Not at all.
So, of course, we are part of the 36th annual North Island Golden Gloves Championships being held here at the Great Lakes Centre in Lake Taupo. And we've got people, as I say, from all over the country. We're getting ready for our next bout, which is, of course, the 46 kg. In the blue corner will be Peters Brown. And in the red corner, Steve Rangawai.
And the great Paul McShallery in the corner, not in the corner, sorry, refereeing the bout. Tom Rangiwawa with the old Rex Jenkins in the corner.
Stephen Rangiafa.
Now, Stevie Rangifaha, this is, would he be could be the brother of Natural. Looking at dads in the corner.
Yeah, there's a lot of family connections here. No doubt about it. Coaches, kids in here, and families. It's all one big boxing family.
Yep, and we've got another topal. We're actually, Nookie's got quite a few boxers in this morning.
I think Bell said he had 6 in this morning.
So we've got Peters Brown. He'll be fighting out of the blue corner, and again, this is a 46-kilo bout. And
Yep.
Paul McSherry. Is controlling this one.
So we've got a couple of girls
Couple of
going
girls
here.
in.
And they get into it too, by G. The girls, they tend to be a little bit sneakier with their boxing. You know, they focus on technique a little bit more than their boys, and you can see some very good skills coming out of it.
Stevie being coached by her dad, I would assume. Of course, mum's involved. And again, these are still 1.5 minute rounds. It's good to see the referees letting the girls actually, or all the boxers sort of punch their way out of it if they can, and if they need to get a break in, they'll step in real quick, no mucking around.
Oh yeah,
They let them box.
They're watching like a hawk. I mean, the incidence of injury is very, very, very rare in amateur boxing, but you know, we've got all these layers in place and they work well.
Yeah, well, as you say, those that sort of follow boxing realise the fact that, you know, you've got probably more chance of getting injured on a rugby field than you have in a boxing ring because of the precautions that are taken.
Oh yeah. You know, I mean, all credit to rugby too. Of course, they've tidying up their game too, but you know, we're just a sport that's quite vulnerable to being to criticism because of the nature of what people you know, believe it to be, just people thumping away and getting their heads knocked off. But once you learn about the sport and how we run it, it's a totally different sport.
So I can't reiterate harder. We're going to have a break sort of somewhere around about 3:45 the way the schedule's going. So stick with us with Sky Sport Next, because we'll be running right the way through this evening. We've got 50 bouts to get through, and we're only on to number 5, sorry. So we've got a long way to go, and as we move up the grades and the weights, it's going to get some great boxing.
Yeah, I think the afternoon session will start at 4:15, I believe. I've been told by Mr. Walker.
Young Peters Brown in the blue, using that jab really effectively, just keeping Stevie a little bit away.
Yeah, it makes life uncomfortable too when that left hand just keeps coming at you and it's stretched right out, it's right in your face, and it makes it very awkward.
Keep it going! And come on! 3! Hutchko! Come on, Hutchko!
But again, it swings and roundabouts. 1 minute you sort of think that it's heading one direction, and then in a matter of seconds it can be just all turned around again. These young ladies are, of course, in the last 10 seconds before the get a breather for a minute, and we'll see how they go.
It can be a nightmare for the judges. You know, it's so hard. You've got to focus on scoring the bout. You can't watch it. You've got to score it.
So with the scoring, the having the 3 judges, I noticed that we've got sort of 5 involved. If it needs to go to that, is that the...
Yeah, we in all 5. You're allowed 5 or 3 in amateur boxing. At this tournament, it's more of a pre-qualification too for the national tournament for the coaching and the judging. Sorry, and so these judges, once we've done this tournament, all the scorecards will be assessed by Mr. Keith Walker, our chairman, and Keith is also the supervisor of this tournament. And Keith will go through all the cards, and then from then he'll start working towards picking a team of judges for the nationals.
Yeah, that jab is actually very, very effective for Peters Brown.
Yeah, she's got the ability. Some people just have that natural ability to get long punches away,
Just
you
gives
know.
it, yeah.
It's really good.
Couple of good scoring points there. Crowd getting in behind it now, started to get it in because we're heading down to that last part of round number 3.
These girls are giving as good as they get.
They sure are. As I said, neither of them stepping back.
That's the beauty of the sport, you know, it's equality. Every single boxer, from the smallest boxer in this country to the largest, most successful boxer, are all equal. You know, they get in the gym, they train away, they practice away. At the end of the gym, you've got 24, 25-year-olds sitting down and talking on an equal basis to 13 and 14-year-olds. It's really amazing.
Wait for the judge's decision. We'll head down to Nelly.
Winner by unanimous decision, blue corner, Te Taura Hene.
Young Peters Brown from the Tupel Club, the Rookie Club, taking that one out. In the 46 kilo and again, sportsmanship all the way through.
Oh, it's amazing. It's quite emotional at times to see these kids, you know, people carry on about the youth of today, but by gee, you know, there's some blooming good kids out there.
So we're looking at our bout number 6, cadet male. In the blue corner will be Connor Campbell, and Jovan Markia Sia will be fighting out of the red. Again, we've got another Turkle boxer.
Yeah, I think they've stacked the draw a bit, these guys. They seem to have a little bit of a monopoly on the fights at the moment, these Taupo guys.
Well, I can tell you it drops off until quite late in the day.
Billy Meehan in the corner there. Billy's our national head coach, and of course Thomas Rangioa in the previous bout is our assistant national coach.
Paolo was just shaking hands with the referee. I mean, he's basically had about 5 or 6 fighters non-stop. So he'll be looking forward to a break.
I think he just slipped the ref a $5 note, actually.
Oh, keep him in there? Yeah, well, I mean, he's a bit nervous, although I have to say he'll probably give me a hard time, but he made me a huge thermos of tea this morning. So after the bet that he lost yesterday, so it's all good. Again, 3 1.5 minute rounds. These boys are 46 kg. Young CSC just seems to be dropping down when he comes in for that punch, and he's leaving himself open with that jaw. Right there.
Yeah, it's just a matter of young Connor having a little go in there if you can get it in there. You know, if the opening's there, if you can slip it in, you know, it's scoring those points.
Connor Campbell's doing really well to keep himself off the ropes. CSC is trying to pin him back, but he just seems to be able to slide through it and get out of it.
Yeah, I quite like what I'm seeing with young CSC in red. You know, he's trying a lot of movement and that, and this is all stuff he's practicing his craft. You know, he'll as he progresses through the years, you know, he'll pick up little bits. He'll drop some stuff out of his style and that, and this is where you learn. This is where you learn your craft.
I hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Sky Sport Next. You can follow us on Facebook and, of course, Instagram. We're at the Great Lakes Centre in Tupou for the, and it's hard to think this far back now, but 36th North Island Golden Gloves Championships. Time goes fast when you're feeling younger.
Time goes by, all right.
Oh, yeah. Now, my producers just said you don't look younger. He hasn't looked in the mirror recently.
The hardest thing is to act within our age group.
I never act my age. What are you talking about? I thought the pace was good in the first round, Steve, but I think their corners have been saying you need to pick the pace up just a little bit more. You might be ahead slightly in points on round number 1. But as I say, he's not taking a backward step, CSL. He's not.
Yeah, no. It's hard. One guy sometimes just dominates his presence, you know, and you box through it and then you find a bit of, okay, I've figured out something here, and then you change up something, and then you're back on the front foot, and you've got the bout going your way. And the other fella comes back again, so it's to and fro.
And the problem he could face, just walks into the wrong punch.
It is a problem.
He's moving around a lot, expelling a lot more energy, I would say, but getting the encouragement from the crowd as the end of round number 2 comes to an end. I think Powell will be giving him a little bit of a talking to, saying, hang on, just be patient. You don't have to go out there and try and finish it off in 2 punches. Definitely physical.
Yeah, young Connor Campbell in blue, he's just got that little bit of reach advantage. He's just using it a touch better and catching him just on the end of the punches. An occasional shoulder barge or 2, which of course isn't allowed, but if you can get away with it once.
And as you say, the refs, they keep a close eye on these young fellas.
Oh yeah. They certainly give you a chew up if you're abusing the rules.
Seconds out as we get into our 3rd and final round of the 46 kg up against Jovan Sia and Connor Campbell from Tupou in blue and Marcia Sia in red. So the last minute and a half for these young fellas. See what they're made of.
These boys are fighting a championship bout, they are putting everything into it.
Still scoring though. As you say, you don't want to be leaving it to the last 10 seconds, as it is now. He may have done enough, I think, but we'll see what the last 10 seconds are like. As I say, he's very physical, moving forward.
This is a great little fight.
Well done to both boys. Landed a couple of small little bumper to the old referee. But I have to say, Steve, I'm leaning towards Connor Campbell in blue. He seemed to be a little bit more assertive.
I think you might be dead right there, Brent. Once more, mate, there's still no loser. The kids have done very well.
So we'll head down to Nellie and see what she has to say after the judges have made their decision.
By split decision. Blue corner. Connor
well done.
Campbell.
Both boys showing great respect as they're about to be presented with their certificates.
Come back, boys.
Yep, come back. It's not over yet. Not over yet. It won't go around your neck. Over your head, I should say.
Probably a small technical issue that we'll overcome next year is making the chains a little bit longer.
Good to see the sportsmanship again, as we keep saying. It's just fantastic. So we're dropping to a 44 kg, and this is a cadet male novice in the red corner. Xavier McIntosh in the red, and William Mitchin in blue. And I think these move up to 2-minute rounds. Might need to put a stopwatch on these. So Xavier Smith McIntosh Reddy's another Tupua lad. And out of the Kiwi gym is William Minchin in the blue. Now, knowing some of these boys, you know, boxing's not probably their only sport either. You know, they'd be fitting this in maybe behind some of the school rugby or football or the likes.
Yeah. Well, when you're young, you know, you grab a game of rugby in the morning and you're boxing at night, and you know, you're as fit as a buck rat. And you know, and these kids, you know, they've got a wide variety of interests, and no doubt boxing's one of them. But yeah, they're doing lots of things, and that's great because they're active, you know, and that leads on to a good active life later on too.
They don't spend any time at this level of sizing their opponent up. It's basically toe-to-toe, get into it for that first round anyway, so that they're scoring makes it a lot easier.
You just get out there and blow the nerves out, you know, just let a few flurries go and hope it settles down a bit, because you're thinking, I don't want to do this all night.
Getting great support from the audience, and I don't think you know, most of the people that are there, apart from family, they're just enjoying watching some great young boxers.
You'd surprised too in the audience of some of the boxers of old. They sort of sneak in and they still follow the sport. It's a great thing.
So as president of Boxing New Zealand, Steve, you must be rapt when you sort of, as you say, still seeing the number of these gyms that are attracting the younger kids back into the sport.
Oh heck yeah, you know, it's, as I've mentioned many times, very much a misaligned sport. You know, we've tried the last 2 and 3 years to really project our image out to people and actually sell them what our sport is all about. And you know, we've got to push Sport New Zealand, of course, for a bit more recognition, and we're very much underfunded. But we're actually the last Commonwealth Games, we were the 5th best performing sport out of all sports at the Games for New Zealand. And so, you know, sorry, not the last Commonwealth Games, it was 2014, we were 5th, and in the 2018 Games, we were 8th.
Well, this is where it all starts, of course, as these young fellows start to improve their skill and as they get up their weight grades and their levels and the training.
And you could be watching a future Games medalist, if not an Olympian. As you'll see later on tonight, you know, with David fighting again, David Naika, he is already qualified for the Olympics. And as opponent last night, Jerome Pampaloni, he is hoping to qualify. He's certainly of the standard, and we have another young lady, Tasman Benny. She is a very, very hot prospect for female boxing in this country, and we'd love to see her get through, as well as anyone else we can find.
And of course the selectors are here at the Great Lakes Centre, part of the North Island Golden Gloves Championships, sort of waiting to scope out, have a look, and then see how they go.
Also forgot to mention Troy Garton. Troy's one of our slightly older female boxers, but Troy's very, very, very hot prospect also to qualify, so it'd be lovely to see her get through at the Paris qualifiers if they are held.
Speaking of which, with this COVID pandemic that's basically, I suppose we have to say we're a little bit isolated over here, but when you keep looking at the news most mornings, which I do, and you look at all the sports that are being affected right through, realistically, they're talking possibly a year and a half before borders will open and things. It must make it really difficult for these young sports or these athletes, it doesn't matter what sport, to be able to get the training, get the competition that they require to get to that that next level, because we are limited in the number of top-end boxers for them to be able to spar with or work with.
Yeah, we're in our little bubble down here, and whereas in Europe, the boxers are travelling all around Europe, and they're getting competition every week. Our guys have got to box amongst themselves, basically. We're hoping to open up a Trans-Tasman bubble soon, which is, it's something, and the Aussie boys, of course, push us along, but we've been actually just getting on top of the Aussies lately, so especially in the bigger weights. This is sort of technique out the door and just get in there.
Just a couple of big Hail Marys going over the top. But again, energy levels get burnt up real quick when you're throwing those. Nice jab. Now I know I should be leaning towards the Taupo lad, but I'd say that young William Mitchin in the blue seems to be the more of the aggressor. But stranger things have been happening over this weekend, that's for sure.
Yep, I'm no doubt that Xavier in red will come back.
Great to see.
Boys might make good swimmers the way they're
flailing around with a couple of those wild overheads, but he was scoring some good points, was young William Mitchin.
Sometimes, it gets the job done.
He's using that jab really well, but again, I think half the time it appeared his eyes were closed and he was just hoping it would connect.
Hit and hope.
And again, showing the respect to the opposite corners. I think that's, again, one of the great things that you're seeing in the sport. We'll head down to Nelly and see what the judge's decision is.
Winner by unanimous decision. Blue corner, William Mitchin.
So blue takes it out. That's William Mitchin from the Kiwi gym. So if, in realistic terms, if you were going to try and get into a bubble in Australia, you'd need to be sort of looking at that, in the next 10, 12 months? Or even earlier?
We'd love to be earlier, but the problem is, of course, it's coming home and then you've got the stand-down time of 2 weeks and isolation and that, and the cost is very expensive, of course, so it's a difficult one. But like you say before, all sports are in the same situation. They are opening up some avenues for it to happen. Sport New Zealand has been in touch with sports asking us for future possibility of travel on that, and they're trying to facilitate some stuff for us, but
it's a difficult
at the moment
one.
it's very difficult.
Well, we're heading to now the 46 kg in the blue corner is Tyson Noda, and fighting out of the red corner will be Wild Wiseman,
Fighting in the red corner,
and he's from Central Rotorua.
Wild Wiseman. Fighting in the blue corner, Tyson Noda.
The nerves will be starting to kick in with a lot of these guys as well, of course, as they start. Referee doing the checks. And just getting called in for their final instruction. Ina Schuster in charge of this bout. Family with a long history into boxing.
Oh yeah, yep. Old Henry her dad Henry was a very, very good boxer, a champion boxer, and of course a good friend over the years.
Small height advantage to Tyson Noda in blue. Well, they're not using it at the moment. He's just getting down a little bit low, isn't he?
Yeah, let him in then. Let the old red fella in.
Push him, Tice. There you go, Tice.
We will try during the day to get a couple of interviews with some of these boxers once they've sort of finished their bouts, as we move in possibly in the afternoon session. Just wanted to find out what a couple of the boys' futures look like, what they're planning. Nice and noted, just seemed to be dropping his hands again. He's exposing that chin.
Yeah, and if young Wild Wiseman can jump in on it, it's all going to be to his advantage.
Height is not always your friend, as they say.
If you've got it, you want to use it if you can.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage with Sky Sport Next from the Great Lakes Centre in Tupou. If you're in the Tokoroa, Rotorua, Turangi area, you've still got plenty of time to come down and watch some outstanding boxing later this afternoon as well. Tickets are available at the door. Or if you can stay with us with Sky Sport Next and just enjoy the coverage that we're able to deliver to you.
A lot of movement from Blue, but he's leading with his chin a bit.
Yep.
And,
I think his corner said, "Get in there, stop mucking around." Use that jab and nice.
Right onto that one.
Wild Wiseman got that straight through. Good straight arm.
Yeah, the straight punch is the shortest route.
Yeah, Wiseman's using that jab really effectively, isn't he? Just keeping it.
He's timing it well. You know, the timing can take away the reach. If you can just beat the guy with a punch, you can get yours started and get in there before he uses long reach. But they're actually getting in there. Right at that end. That's 1 for 1 there.
Now, these young fellas are 46 kg, and as we go through the day, of course, it goes without saying we will be climbing up in weight. But at the moment, these are the young male novices, 46 kg. In the blue corner, we've got Tyson Noda, and from Rotorua, Wild Wiseman. Great to see not just the mums and dads and brothers and sisters coming along and supporting. You know, you've still got grandma and grandpa coming through.
Yeah, it's surprising how many nan and granddads are in the audience. And they're watching.
Seconds out, we go for another third and final round. I'd have to say Wild Wiseman's really using that jab to great effect.
He's stepping in well with it. He's stepping in nicely with it.
He's mitigating just that extra probably a couple of inches reach. Seems to be able to come in, keep it straight, and then move. Now it's a bit of a slugfest.
Now it's 1 for 1.
Referee telling them to keep it up. Crowd starting to get warmed up. Yeah, definitely tiring now. His legs are gone.
The old battery's running down.
Yeah, battery's running flat. You know, they might be young, but they've put in the training to be able to get there in the final 10 seconds. Nice overhead right.
Well, they'll find a bit of energy.
10 seconds of glory. Oh, nicely done. Well done, boys. Crowd appreciating that one. 46 kilos, Tyson Noda in blue and Wild Wiseman in the red corner from Rotorua. No, I think, where was he? Tyson, I think, is from the Wellington Boxing Club.
Yeah, I think it is, yep. That's something I've noticed, and I'm finding it hard to keep up with, to be honest. We've seen a big increase in boxing clubs in the country. It's really good.
Winner by split decision, red corner.
Well,
Wild
yeah, they got that
Wiseman.
right. Got that one right. It's Wild Wiseman from Rotorua, Central Rotorua.
Just a friendly reminder to all coaches and boxers. The second session today will commence 30 minutes after this first session is complete.
So yeah, we've just been given the clear that after we have our last bout, which is number 28, and we're currently at number 9, so we've still got quite a ways to go. We'll have about a 30-minute break, so we'll be off air for just that short period of time, and then we'll be kicking off. So can't give you an exact time, but I'm sure as we get closer, I'll give you some indication. But it will be a maximum of 30 minutes that will be off, and then you'll be able to hook back up to Sky Sport Next and follow the 36th Annual North Island Golden Gloves Championship. Tell you what, these young fellas don't eat pies for their fitness levels. I think our producer's on pie number 3. Oh, hang on, I've just been informed. No, it's breakfast, lunch and dinner.
I thought it was 4.
4. I failed maths as well, Stephen. Come on, give me a break. All right, we've got our next fight getting underway, and as I say, it's thick and fast. This is the 48 kg. In the red corner is Harry Day, and in the blue corner is Gordy Bitliv, sorry, my apologies, Bitliv. Googly Bitliv in the blue, Harry Day in red, as I say. Male novice, 48 kg. And this is our 9th bout of the morning. And we go right through to 28. So it's a full program.
Oh no, it's packed in. It's almost becoming too successful, to be honest. But hey, we've got to make it happen. The kids are here, and we've got to look after them.
Of course, yesterday a couple of the fighters actually had to compete twice in the same day, but they got their 5 or 6 hours between bouts. And of course, they would have been medically checked out to make sure that everything was okay.
Yes, they've definitely got to have a 6-hour break. That's the minimum time, and full medical check before they box again. Plus, if the bout was a very difficult bout and the winning boxer received more than 2 standing 8 counts, then he can't box either. So we put these layers in place, and they work. We know what we're doing. We've done this long enough now. We know what we're doing, and the formula works. But once more, it's all duty of care. These kids, we're going to make sure that we look after them.
Yep.
Because it is a tough sport. It's like rugby, like league. It's a contact sport, and so there's got to be protocols and procedures in place.
You have to say the camera angles that we're able to work with around this ring here at the Great Lakes Centre is fantastic, making our job a lot easier. We're right, almost feel like we're inside the ring.
This is probably some of the best coverage I've seen, to be honest. I really appreciate what our production crew is doing for us.
So we've got Paul McSharry overseeing this fight. A very accomplished. Now, he was a very good boxer in his day too.
Paul was a very good boxer, numerous New Zealand titles. He was one of our better boxers, and of course he had a little break from the game for a year or two, and now he's back in, and it's a pleasure to have Paul back in. He is a great asset.
Now, this might sound like a silly question, Steve, but do you have to be a referee, do you have to be a boxer or had been a boxer?
It really helps, because it's hard to know what these guys are going through in the ring unless you've done it. But we've got very good procedures in place where the referees are coached. There is a process they have to go through, and they learn their craft. But you'll notice in the bigger bouts we put the best referees in that we've got. And of course, in some of the lighter bouts, we can slip some of the new ones in there and give them a run. And then they get assessed, and then Mr. Walker will no doubt have a little word with them and help correct them and just to make them better referees, which is, of course, better for the sport.
Now, young Bitliv in the blue, he's come out swinging again. I think his corner has given him a bit of a rack up and said, hang on, you need to be a little bit more assertive, get onto that front foot. Willing to come forward a lot quicker than he was in round number 1.
Of course, one thing I've noticed in the sport in recent years, a lot of ethnic diversity coming into our sport, and it's really good to see. It's giving us different styles, different sort of makeup, physical makeups and that, and it's really helping our sport. It's great. We're kind of going more of an international style now, which New Zealand has needed for a while, and you see it coming out now.
Yeah, I'm looking at that one. I think that probably evened things up a little bit. I thought young Harry Day in the red corner sort of had round number one only by a smidge, but I think we could be heading for one of those lovely split decisions again, because I think round two went to blue.
Yeah, a little bit less action in this fight. They're sort of figuring things out a little bit differently, but I have the feeling that red may be just sneaking ahead.
Seconds are being called. But everything can change in a matter of a minute.
You can turn completely around before you know it.
Now, is that when you make your decision?
Yeah, the old coach will do his job and he gives you a couple of hints and away you go.
There's a slight height advantage to Harry Day in red. Not much, but a little. He's just not getting that jab up. He's just not using it where he needs to be doing it. He's allowing...
Because these boys are novices, they've had a limited amount of fights, or more boxing bouts. And, so this is a learning curve for them. They'll only improve.
Bring him back to the centre and let him go again. He's using his physicality. He's actually coming forward with quite a bit of movement, mitigating, of course, what Harry Day in red might be able to do. I think he realises that if he gets him a little bit too close, he's going to end up wearing it.
Yeah, well, that's right. The guy pushing forward, he can get in your face a bit and he messes you up, and it makes it very difficult to keep your style and what you're trying to do. And so, it's sometimes the roughhouse fighter can be effective. But I have the feeling that red is still sneaking this one.
Yeah, just flailing a few of those punches around in that final round.
Yeah, young blue boy is just a little bit wild.
Just waiting now for, of course, the judges to collate the scorecard. Both fighters being brought in. We'll just head down to Nelly and see what the result is.
Winner by unanimous decision, red corner, Harry Day.
Steve Hartley, of course, president of Boxing New Zealand. You got that right again. Young Harry Day from the Wellington region. Get presented with their certificates. So Lucifero Spraggs is coming in next. This is the 48 kg. Out of the red corner. Fighting out of blue will be Dane Walker. Another Tupou local. So these are cadet male 48 kilo. I think the local organising committee deserve a real pat on the back. I mean, the speed in which these bouts are actually happening. I mean, we're getting probably less than a minute between. And so we're firing through. This is bout number 11 for the morning session. We've got 28, so...
Yes, all due credit to the CNI Boxing Association. They've done a great job, as they do every year. And they've been doing it for a considerable period of time now, and we're getting a pretty slick program together. And as we have to, because we're pushing through a lot of bouts in a short period of time.
And, of course, coming up after this one, we've got another one of our female bouts coming up. That's the 52 kg. These are the female novices, of course. We hope you're enjoying the coverage on Sky Sport Next. Follow us on Facebook and, of course, Instagram. And I know probably the parents out in the auditorium can't hear me, but the support that they show these young fellas and girls, it's fantastic. They've travelled, some have travelled quite a distance for the weekend.
Yeah, all over the North Island, and of course money's tight, and so the boys pack in a van and away they go with about 6 or 7 or more, and they travel up from their gyms, and of course the parents come along. So it all helps, of course, the local economy. There's quite a few hotel rooms been booked out, and if they're following what us older generation guys are doing, there's a few breakfast meals getting brought up and some nice Thai curries and things being delivered at night, so it's good.
I'd imagine some of the hot pool areas are being used by these young fellas as well when they go up and have a hot swim.
I would say so. Some of them were feeling fairly sore. This looks like more of a nice little boxing match between these two, which is good to see. They're trying to figure out how they're going to outsmart their opponent.
Both using their jabs quite effectively, actually, first round done.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a change from some of the other bouts, and it's good to see.
So with the these younger fellas as they move up through the grade, do you find the attrition rate sort of dropping away as the kids get older, or do you find that they tend to sort of stay with the sport because they enjoy the camaraderie of the gym itself? They may change a little bit.
I think the hardest thing for what you could possibly consider one of the more original sports is the competition from so many other sports. These kids are into many things, and some of these kids that are boxing, it may be one or 2 or 3 things they do, but hey, we'd like to think that we're fulfilling a little spot in their lives, and like I said, some of these kids might find, hey, I'm actually good at this, and they will be recognised for that and enter into our programs, and of course could go on to greater things in the future and one day wear that silver fern on their chest.
Well, as you were saying yesterday, the one thing that's great is that they'll go in the ring as warriors and they go out the back best of mates. And,
yeah. You know, I've had some humdingers when I was younger, and them days culture was slightly different. We'd be at the bar an hour or so later, having beers together and giving each other a hard time about the bout. And of course, calling each other a cheat, of course.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, the ref got that one wrong.
Oh, totally wrong, totally wrong.
Come on, the round's ticking away,
As you say, these are different. These boys are a little bit more sort of circumspect and waiting for their opportunity to open and then launch into it.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit more of a cunning game, these two, which is good to see.
That's it, Dane. Keep working, keep working. Come on, Dane. Good job, Dane. Let's go, Dane.
That 10-second clap just seems to give them that little bit of extra. Here we go. Let's run it.
Yeah,
Nothing to lose.
Hold their breath and away they go. But, yeah, and of course, well, you know, hey, I only got 10 seconds to go. I might as well leave a crack.
Chasing him around the ring on that last bit. As I say, coming up in our next is we've got the female novices jumping up to 52 kg. As you say, you've got a couple of minutes now to make a name for yourself. These boys are not going to take a back step. I don't think either one of them.
Yeah, they're fighting for that, you know, position of the Golden Gloves champion, so it's a big thing, you know. Not many people can have that on their mantelpiece.
Dane Walker in blue and young Spraggs in red. Of course, the corner's not really allowed to give instruction, but you're hearing a lot coming from the crowd, the parents up in the bleachers.
Many years ago, well, not many years ago, the corner was to stay silent. You weren't allowed to say boo, but now we're allowed a little bit of discretion where you can talk from the corner, but sometimes they get a little bit more excited, including myself doing that. I'm one of the worst offenders, but yeah, it's nothing wrong with, I don't believe in coaching your boxer from the corner. It might be one little thing that he gets through, he hears, and it might be the thing that wins the championship bout. And of course, mum and dad are in the crowd, and they certainly have quite a bit to say too.
Yeah, but I remember in some of the sports that I used to play, you almost became deaf to it because you were so focused on what you needed to do after what you've been told, and it was just lock down, get it done.
That's dead right. When you're in there, you hear this noise, and but if you've been coached reasonably well, what I do is I talk a lot when I'm coaching my boys, and they pick my voice out of the audience. You know, it takes a year or two for them to tune in.
Well, let's head down to Nelly and see who actually took out this bout.
By split decision, blue corner,
Yangori Bitlev. Sorry, Dane Walker, I should say, from Tupou. Young Pal Marshall's he's the gentleman on your right-hand screen up by the ropes. First gentleman you can see standing there. He's been involved, of course, with helping with the organisation and running of this event. You'll be hearing from him shortly. He'll be joining me up here in the commentary. So his boys have had a good morning, a very good morning. And again, a nice way in which these young fellas sort of treat each other after they have done the damage. So coming up is now the female novices. We've got Daisy Ormondson in the blue corner. Adahania Dean in the red corner. Daisy's from Wellington.
Oh, is it one of our
I think it looks like
Taranaki fighters? Yes, from Box Office Gym in New Plymouth. In the red corner, Adahania Dean.
Well, I know which way you're going. That's easy.
Got to. I'm parochial as they come. Yeah, many years ago, Taranaki was a force in boxing, and we've got a few less gyms now, of course, but the quality's there, and we're hoping to take a good team away to the Nationals this year, and maybe we can make a little bit of a mark. It'll be great to see.
Nationals are being held where this year, Steve?
They're in Wellington in January, 19th of January through to I think the 24th, and in Hutt Valley, and they'll be very, very high standard of boxers.
All right, the ladies have been given their final instructions, and we're underway. First round. These ladies, of course, are at the 52 kg mark. Well, there was a nice overhand right, but then countered straight away.
Yep, and as I said yesterday, you know, these girls are doing it just as hard as the boys. You know, they're certainly on an equal footing. You know, pound for pound, like for like, they're doing everything that the boys are doing, and at times some of these girls' techniques, you know, are very good. They tend to be a little bit cleaner in some of the bouts, and of course it's just as entertaining.
I could get myself into trouble here, but a lot of the time when you're trying to give instructions to women, to men, women listen more. As my wife would say.
I don't think my wife listens to much I say.
Yeah, your young lady, Dean, she scored quite well in that round.
Yeah,
managed
nice
to use
right
that jab and keep that jab going, and then coming over the top, managing to just get over the top of Daisy just that little bit.
And Sam and Jake Rapera in the corner from New Plymouth. Jake is leaning on the ropes and Sam's in the ring. Giving her the vital instructions.
Seconds have been called. Round number 2. As you say, they're not scared to mix it up, are they?
Yeah, no, they get in there. They definitely get in there. You know, they want to win. Both of them want to win, so they're going to make sure they can do their best to see if they can get it.
Good girl. And those punches work.
Good to see the fact that they are trained well, because they're listening to that referee's instructions. They're breaking when they're told.
Yeah, it's not just a free-for-all, you know, they are concentrating on what they're doing.
Go 10-second slap for round number 2. And I have to say, your young lady, I would be putting her here on points at the moment.
Yeah, I'll just let the last round play out, and we'll figure it out, but it does look that way.
Both girls breathing a little harder now. Hope we're enjoying the coverage on Sky Sport Next. We're into the 3rd round of bout number 11. We've got 28 in this morning's session, so we'll see how the ladies go. Arahania Dean in red, and Daisy Ormondson in blue. Lovely overhand right. I'm not sure whether it's just technique or whether or not she's actually learning it, but young Daisy in blue, she seems to be able to get that hand to hold that shoulder down there, like you see there, just to restrict that punch, that counter punch.
Right. You're getting yourself around onto the left-hand side, and you're preventing the punches from coming in. You've got your shoulder forward, your hand forward, and that's basically back in the defensive position.
There again, so just gets it onto that shoulder.
Yep.
And she doesn't hold it long enough to get told off by the referee. She just does it long enough. She just breaks.
Could almost say she's very doing very well to sort of hold that piece out, and you know, and of course it does, it just prevents you from getting caught.
He just brings that left hand right over the top, applies a little bit of downward pressure. But young Dean, of course, from your hometown.
Yeah, I just have the feeling that blue may sneak it, but hey, our young girl done very well, and you never know.
Yeah, I think you might be right. We'll head down to Nelly and find out the judge's decision. But I think he could be right.
Winner by unanimous decision to the red corner,
Well, there you go. One to an apple.
Arohaina Dean.
It's hard, you know, when you're judged to split some of these fights. You've really got to focus on it. And like I was saying yesterday, it's easy to watch about. It's very hard to score about.
So we're back into, of course, the men's. We're up to 50 kg.
Bout 12,
And this is our bout number 12, 50 kilo. In the red corner is Caden Kahukawa. And in the blue corner, Hunter Hay. So Hunter's from Rotorua. Apologies, we can't always tell you what gym they're out of because we haven't been given the information, but the ones that we do know, we will let you know so you can support your local boxers.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more gyms pop up every year, you know, and it's great, And here we are, have a female coach in the corner, and she's a very good coach too, that girl. I think they're from the East Coast.
Referee just giving them their final instructions and getting them ready to get underway. As I say, the afternoon's bout will get underway sort of shortly after 4 o'clock, give or take, but we will actually let you know prior to us going off here for a 30-minute break. And there are some stunning fights due this afternoon as well, as we're enjoying these juniors. And again, here we go. We're going to see a different level of boxing again as we step up.
Yeah, this is a cadet male, so they're around that 13 years old, 12 to 13.
Come on, shake touch. Come on, let him go. Bring it back football here. Come on, go.
Actually, I think it's up to 14 years old, this division.
The other thing a lot of people have got to remember is you don't actually have to get in the ring to box. If you just want to use the actual training facilities, you don't have to enter competitions. You can just go to the gym and train. I mean, cardiovascular-wise, they say it's one of the toughest sports in the world.
Oh, look, you know, the cognitive skills, hand and eye coordination. We have programs for people with Parkinson's disease. We actually do a lot more than people realise in the communities. We've got about 700 to 800 competition boxers. This is the competition side of our sport. But what the public doesn't see is the participant side. You know, we've got 600 odd coaches, gyms all over the country, and about approximately 10,000 participants who actually use Boxing New Zealand facilities. And it's something that, once more, as I've probably moaned enough, but we don't get recognised for that.
It's not
all ages groups.
It's not moaning, Steve. It's education. We're
That's right.
We're educating.
We'll educate them. Yeah, and of course, we've got 90-year-olds in some of the gyms. You know, they find the cognitive skills involved in hand and eye coordination, doing a little bit of work and this and that, and they find that it really helps their mobility. It sharpens them up again, and they do a little bit of hard breathing while they're doing it, and the results are quite amazing. And it's just an untold story about our sport.
Well, as they say, either use it or lose it.
Use it or lose it, yeah. And if your brain is working in conjunction with your muscle groups, then you know, it's all adds to having a little bit better quality of life.
All right, we're into round number 2. Kahukiwa is in red. and Hunter Hay in blue. Again, 2-minute rounds. Young Hunter Hay in the blue seems to be just sort of trying to maintain that centre part of the ring.
Yeah, it's a good thing if you can stay in the centre, you're doing less miles. You know, the guy can run around you, but then he's going to push you out of there, and he's going to, I want the safe ground. Well, not the safe ground, but I want the shorter route here, you know, so you can do the miles. So it's always a little bit of a chess game.
Nice scoring shots there. And as you say, that 10-second bell just gives them another charge in the battery to say, I can handle this. Keep it going.
Yep, one last burst.
So if you're interested in getting into boxing, either for just fitness purposes, best thing to do would, I'd imagine, jump onto Uncle Google and type in.
Yeah, well, you can visit the Boxing New Zealand website, just dial in Boxing NZ and it'll come up, and jump onto that and you'll get all the contact information. You can contact the office directly. They'll give you information regarding your nearest local gym that's affiliated to Boxing New Zealand. And you can away you go from there, and you'll be welcomed in the door.
This is the third and final round. Hunter Hay in blue and Caden Kawakiwa in red. This is the cadet male 50 kg.
Just upping the pace a bit in this round by the look of it. Still not a lot in this bout. Very hard one to split at the moment.
Yeah, the judges have had a hard decision with it because a lot of these boxes are very, very similar. You know, we've had a lot of split decisions. There hasn't been a lot of unanimous, or, you know, we've had, I think in all of yesterday, I think we only had 2 fights actually that didn't go the distance.
Yeah, you know, it's can be quite subjective. You know, it depends what you're looking for as a judge. It really helps for our judges to have had boxing experience, but of course, you know, we haven't got a huge amount of resources to draw on. So it's wonderful when you see some of the parents want to take a more active role in the sport and start judging in that, and so they go through the system and they learn how to judge a fight. And sometimes, you know, I think I'm not going to make a very good judge.
Winner
Here we
by
down,
unanimous
Nelly.
decision. Red corner, Hayden Kawakiwa.
I was going to say red. Honest.
No, I trust you. You can sort of see the disappointment, but then it's all over and say, well, at least I stood in the ring and I gave it my absolute. And both boys, all fighters actually, right across the board, as you say. And then you see the sportsmanship, and I'll meet you in the pub when I'm 25 and I'll enjoy one with you, but at the moment it'll be a lemonade.
Nowadays, I don't know what they'd get up to be honest. But no, it's one good thing about our sport is we have drug testing policies and all that. So these kids know, hey, if you want to be a boxer, you've got to keep your life pretty straight. And it's great. And of course, they realise as they grow up, hey, I don't have to do some of the stupid stuff. I can have fun too, just by being sensible.
54 kilos, 3 1.5-minute rounds.
Not speaking for myself, though.
I wasn't implying anything. So I think if we drop down, these are the cadet male, 54. And I think their rounds have dropped. Did I just hear 1.5 minutes?
Yeah, 1.5 minutes for cadet.
So in the blue corner, and again, I repeated, these are the cadets, 54. The red corner goes Travis Reynolds. And fighting out of the blue corner is Kieran McKenzie.
Fighting out of the blue corner, Kieran McKenzie.
So getting final instructions here with the 36th Annual North Island Golden Gloves Championship. Hope you're enjoying the coverage that we're providing to you through Sky Sport Next. And we're into our bout number 13. Travis Reynolds in the red and Karen McKenzie in blue. These are 1.5 minute rounds. The aggressor at the moment appears to be Travis Reynolds in red. Very much trying to stalk and, as you say, trying to hold the centre of the ring.
You're just trying to put the other guy in his place, let him know that you're the boss here, but then he's thinking, well, I'll have a crack back at you and I'll put you in your place. Of course, this is the novice division, so the technique can be a little bit wild, but they certainly have a go.
I think he's trying to get this over and done with in round one. Young Travis Reynolds in red. And given the 10-second slap. So they need what, nine fights before they can come out of the novice section?
Yeah, your novice is sub-10 bouts.
Some 10.
The idea is to, you protect the boxer so he's not going to be overmatched, and because you don't always know, like you might have a 14-year-old who's relatively immature, and you stick him in with a 14-year-old who's just a little bit more developed, and so we make sure that it's like for like, and then when they enter the open, of course, it gets a little bit harder. But by then they should have enough skills to take care of themselves and keep the chin out of the way.
Definitely showing the aggression, I have to say, as Travis Reynolds in red. He just keeps coming forward. But he's leaving himself open.
He wore a couple then.
It's almost like he's leaving himself just that little bit open. They're coming in so quickly.
He's keen. He's
Flag,
keen. Just
yeah.
he's jumping in a bit, and of course, occasionally he's wearing one for his troubles.
It's a 10-second clap again. Just repeating, we are 1.5 minutes per round. Yeah, I just felt that Travis Reynolds in red was just, even though he was sort of trying to maintain the centre of the ring and control things, he just, as you said, the excitement and just may have got to him a little bit, left himself open occasionally for a lovely counter punch or, combination of punches coming back from young Crane McKenzie.
Yeah, you can get caught up in the heat of the moment a bit, and you can forget about defence. But I still feel he may have the edge just.
Final round.
I think because he's getting in sort of quite close at times, he's actually not got the power on the punch. It's sort of almost mitigated because they're in too close. He's just not getting that power behind it.
You're right on the end of the punch, but you can turn the body weight on it. It certainly gives it a bit more effect.
Crowd getting undecided now.
Young Reynolds in red is getting in young Mackenzie's face a little bit, and it's making it a very hard fight for him.
Good fight by both boxers. Travis Reynolds in red and Karen McKenzie when fighting in blue. They were fighting for the cadet novice, 54 kg. Got a bit of a jump up next. We're 60 kg. So as we say, as the day goes on, we get into the heavier fighters. And of course, not only just the heaviness of the fighters, but of course, some of them are the juniors, so they're a little skill level, jumped up quite a lot.
Oh yeah, these boys learning some good skills, and some of them, they're equal skilled to the older boxers, because kind of the younger ones learn a lot quicker, of course, which helps.
Winner
Head down to Nelly.
by unanimous decision. Blue corner, Karen McKenzie.
I think the clean punching might have...
Karen McKenzie,
that
yeah.
one.
There's another quick announcement.
So young Trevor Reynolds in the red, a little disappointed, but again, they did their best. They showed that they could do.
Yeah, I thought it may have just gone to red, but then again, I'm not judging it.
So in our next one, we're jumping, as I say, up a level, as we do during the afternoon. This is the cadet male novice, 60 kg. In the red corner will be Tyson Titoko Turu, and in the blue corner will be Finn Catwell.
Number 16.
There's a couple of raffles are being called out, as you say. Being amateur, you've got to literally find everything. I'll let you finish your mouthful. You've got to find something, because by the way, you'll have to do that for me in a minute.
Yeah, I'm just sneaking a sausage roll,
roll.
Yeah.
Oh, don't
Excuse me.
don't choke on it.
Choking me.
No. You get your steak later.
Yeah, we've this is the thing, we've got to be trying to find money here and there for the kids, and so the raffles are a big part of it.
Tyson,
So young Tyson,
Fighting in the blue corner is Finn Catwell.
I think Finn's far from the East Coast. Well, that might be the Eastbourne club. So cadet male at 60 kg. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Sky Sport Next. Our production team, cameramen and the likes, are doing a fabulous job for us. Well, in saying that, I'd still rather be sitting here as opposed to being in the ring.
Yeah, and when you get to my age, you think, yeah, I can do that, and then you go, no, I can't.
Yeah.
It's good to watch. Yeah, the red corner's trying to push it a bit, and the blue corner, of course, is trying to box a bit. And when the guy's in your face, it makes it very hard to keep everything tidy, so you've got to respond.
Couple of lovely body shots there as well. He's mixing it up nicely.
Take it out.
Apologies for that. We thought we were calling the wrong bout at the moment for a second, but no, we're back online. So young Tyson in red up against Finn Cantwell in the blue. Seems to be slightly more aggressive in the second round, but again, the calibre of the boxing is climbing up as we get into the different weight divisions, and these young fellas are boxing very, very well.
The red corner calling for their boy to go forward, but sometimes the corner's telling you to do this and you're thinking, well, I don't know, last time I did that I sort of got caught, but you best have a go.
Little clip on the chin with the 10 seconds to go.
He got caught.
Oh, he got caught.
No.
Yep, we're going to get a standing eight on that.
He just caught a little shot in there and give him a break. And then well-timed bell.
Yes, he just seemed to walk into that one, and then once he got himself into that corner, he couldn't seem to find an escape route.
Yeah, just, you got a little bit of a clip there and it kind of just, jingled him up a little bit, and then, of course, the blue guy, he kept on coming.
As you say, just put it through, and as he gets him into this corner now, you'll sort of see that he's just in a position where his hands have gone. He's wearing a couple of very good body shots, and the ref steps in and says, no, we'll stop that right now.
Yeah, and it's good refereeing. That's what the game's all about. We're not here to provide a bloodbath or a spectacle for the audience, even though we want them to see our sport, being projected out there. This is the sport, is looking after the kids and giving them good, fair competition.
And I think you sort of see that he's going to try and work him back into the corner again. He landed about 3 or 4 very good body shots that would have taken the wind out of his sails somewhat. But he's moving.
Yeah, I think young Finn Cantwell in blue, he's just sniffing it, I think I might be able to just push him back a bit here and get a little bit of a mental advantage over him.
Still moving really, both are moving well, but he's just getting clipped every now and again when he drops those hands down. And young Finn Cantwell, he just seems to sense when that's going to happen and make moves in. And again, going down low, just taking the wind out of his sails somewhat. 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think the red corner's quite happy for that to be over. He put up a good little battle there, but just slightly dominated by the blue boxer.
Still shows great footwork. He's not getting himself pinned in. He was managed to pull himself away.
Yeah, well, the footwork's a big part of the game. You move your feet, you can shift around the guy, you can slip away, slip this way, slip that way, and don't give him a stationary target. Referee right on hand there too, just in case.
We'll head down to Nelly, our ringside announcer, find out which one of these young fellas is taken away. Young Tyson Titoko Turu in red and Finn Cantwell in blue.
Winner by unanimous decision, blue corner, Finn Cantwell.
Boys get handed their, I think he hasn't learned by putting that over his head. I think he'll work it out later.
I don't know, boxers are slow learners, but I figured it out. It doesn't fit.
Well, now we're going to the cadet male 66 kg, and in the red corner will come out would be Hadley McDougall, and in the blue corner, it's our ring announcer's young son, and he said to me earlier in the day, he said, just refer to me as TK, please. So I've said, well, if that's what you want to be called, I'll just call you TK. From Tamaranui.
Playing out of the red corner, Hadley McDougall.
Craig McDougall in the corner with his young son Hadley
Playing out of the blue corner,
from the Hastings gym.
Referee just checking all the safety gear is ready. Quick handshake to make sure everyone is in the right spot, and give them, of course, then their final. Keep it up, boys. Don't hit below the belt. Keep it nice and fair. Slight reach advantage for Hadley McDougall in red over TK, of course, fighting in blue.
Yeah, Hadley were trying to pick him off, and of course TK's going in there with a bit of aggression, and one style offsets the other.
Showing great movement, both the boys on their feet, light on their feet. TK just seems to be
they're shifting well.
TK's head movements all over the show. 10-second slap. Interesting, that one. Not a lot of points.
Sort of aggression versus boxing, and they cancel each other out at times, but TK is certainly putting young Hadley under a little bit of pressure.
He's coming in low and he's just sort of staying right in his face. He's not giving him the opportunity, and of course that head's bobbing around. But there, there was three.
Three fairly clean punches. Scoring blows.
And of course scoring is from the knuckle of the glove.
Yeah, technically you must strike with the knuckle part of the glove. And you have a scoring area across the top of the forehead, down the side of the cheeks, across the shoulders, down the chest, down along the belt line. And your punches must not stray around the kidney or the liver area, so those white stripes are roughly the boundary.
Almost like he was turbocharged coming out of the blue corner was TK. He sprinted across the...
He's keen. Referee just instructing the blue boxer to keep his head up.
Again, it's that sort of speed and aggression that's actually in some parts letting him down, because he's just not able to, at times set up that jab to be able to get himself into a position of taking a good, clean, point-scoring shot.
Yeah, and of course, young Hadley and Red's trying to sort of box it a bit more and pick him off. And I think as the fight goes on, Hadley may establish himself a little bit more.
And now we're starting to see, of course, the punches, both boys trading positions. Hadley McDougall, of course, definitely with the height advantage and reach. But he's just getting harassed a little bit by TK. But in saying so, great footwork, keeping himself off the ropes. A lot of those punches just seem to go over the shoulder.
Yeah, it was hard to hit a fellow when he's moving his head this way and that way, and of course that's the idea, slip the punch and mitigate the effects of any clean blow. If you can, most of the blows are very much blunt, glancing blows, and very rare to see one land clean and flush. And that's the beauty of being coached well. You're learning to mitigate the punch.
And again, TK came out of the blocks. Try and pin him down. He's trying to get him into that corner position, but just not quite getting it. His reach is not there to be able to sort of say, look, I'm here. He's bobbing and weaving TK to the point that I think he's making himself a much harder target to hit.
Yeah, I have a feeling Hadley may be just ahead with the cleaner blows, but then, the aggressive fighter, he's also doing well.
A couple of nice right overs at the top on that. Crowd's really getting in behind this young fella from Tamaranui. That was a good fight.
They're good boys, and it's a great little bout.
So Hadley McDougall in red up against our thumb from Hastings. And from Tamaranui, as I said, I've been instructed I'm only allowed to call him TK. So that's what he's going to be given. Actually, no part of his family, I think. Lovely young man.
Yeah, no, they're a good, nice family of people, and they support our sport well.
Winner by unanimous decision, red corner, Hadley McDougall.
Hadley McDougall taking that out in the red. Somewhat of a surprise.
I think he sneaked it, just that slightly tidier, but hey, it was close. It was definitely a good bout. And Hadley's, look at that, letting his man through the ropes. Good on you, mate.
We hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Sky Sport Next. Of course, we're with the 36th annual North Island Golden Gloves Championship. 36 years this event has been running. And we're into our bout number 16 out of a total of 28 in this first part of the competition.
And probably pay to mention, Boxing New Zealand has been around since 1907, and we're one of the sports other countries' older sports as an incorporated society.
So we're now moving up to the, this is a big jump up, 80k plus. Lule Tufa in red and Novik Saviti in the blue corner.
And of course these boys are 14-year-olds max, so they're bigger and bigger and bigger.
Big boys for 14.
Big boys.
I don't honestly believe, now I have to tell you, my cup of tea has arrived in a thermos. There's that much tea in that thermos, I'll be drinking it for a week. He's a man of his word. He's a man of his word. He said he'll make me tea. It's Pal Marshall, of course. He's one of the organisers for this event, and of course it runs the Nuki Boxing Academy here in Tupou. Just in the screen on your left. Both conventional. Haven't seen much southpaw this morning. Like yesterday, we seem to have a lot of guys that are able to change it up.
Yeah. I guess it'll come. But, traditionally, the old lefty is the preferred option for me to coach anyway. The old southpaws are very awkward animals. But of course, a southpaw in there is awkward to box against too. So they do, some of them can have a bit of an advantage with the right type of opponent.
Of course, these boys are still operating under a 2-minute round.
These boys are both from the same gym, of course, so it's probably why you're seeing a little bit of respect there and not quite the aggression we've seen in some of the other fights.
Yeah, because they've got to be in the same van driving home.
Yeah, well, they probably think, we'll get all the animosity out in the ring and leave it for the trip home. We should be fine and be able to have a good chat.
As you say, they're big boys for their age.
Yeah, they're definitely big boys, and I think one of my boys fought one of these boys a week or two ago. I've got like we're saying, the boys are getting bigger and bigger. I've got a young 14-year-old in the gym. He's 6'1" already and 90-something kilos, and he hadn't started to grow. These boys nowadays, we are definitely producing some big, strapping boxers.
As you say, if these guys, which they are, from the same gym, they pretty much know each other's styles, so it'll be just a matter of sizing each other up, figuratively and literally, and seeing who's going to do it.
Yeah, I think we're seeing more of a spar than a boxing match, but they've probably decided, maybe we'll agree on who's going to win this, I don't know. But then again, as it wears on, things can change.
Well, it's also that title that they're looking for as well for themselves.
Dead right.
Keep going. It's the other hand. Both Punch. Double up. Finish off with their right elbow.
As you say, they're not. It does feel more spar feeling.
Yeah, they're not really cracking it up, and you know, and fair enough. You know, they've got to be working with each other in the gym and that. So they were just going, okay, well, we'll see if we can outbox each other, and the guy that did the best, he'll get the medal, and we haven't tried to kill each other in the meantime.
So just letting you know, for those watching, of course, on Sky Sport Next, we've got 28 bouts today. We're up to bout number 16. And then, of course, we'll have a break around about 3:45, possibly, looking at the timing as we're going through. These bouts, are, of course, are 2 minutes long, not 3. And then we'll be getting into it at approximately 4:30. But as we get close to the end of this session, we'll give you a reasonably good indication of how it's going to be, because it'll be a maximum of 30 minutes from us going off the air while we have a break and everyone can stretch their legs and get themselves sorted. And then we'll be back on, of course, and you'll enjoy some absolutely outstanding boxing later this afternoon into the evening here at the Great Lakes Centre in Lake Taupo. Round number 3. So in the red corner is Lalo Tafa, and in the blue corner, Novik Saviti. Both fighting out of the same gym in Auckland.
A little bit of a head guard problem.
Well, I have to say I've got no idea on this one.
Yeah, well, very hard to score this one. The boys are obviously holding back a little bit, and so I really couldn't pick it.
So coming in next, we've got the 46 junior men's. We'll head down to Nelly and get what the judge's decision has been.
Winner by split decision, blue corner, Novik Saviti.
I think the expression on their faces said it all, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think they were fussed either way, the boys. They're obviously good mates.
As I say, well done to the organisers of getting this, because we are non-stop
About 18.
with the
Could we ask
North Island
Miles
Golden Gloves
Garrett
Championships.
to come
It's
to
just
the ring?
literally
Miles Garrett,
less than a minute
Would you
between
please
bouts,
come
and
to
we're
the
going
ring?
for it. We're on to bout number 17. And we've got Cyprus Manukau Atkin will be fighting out of the blue corner, and Miles Garrett fighting out of the red from, I think, Wellington Boxing Club.
About 17 is a walkover to Miles Garrett. About 18, junior men's novice, 52 kilos, 3 2-minute rounds. Boxers to the ring.
I may have actually called that wrong, but it looks like junior men's novice, 52 kg. I'll just see what our Nelly says down the front.
Fighting out of the red corner, Austin Butler.
Okay, I do apologise. Yep, they have changed the order on us. The junior men's novice, 52
Fighting out of the blue
kg.
corner,
Going out of the red corner is
Cameron
Austin Butler.
Smith.
And in the blue corner is Cameron Smith. They may have actually dropped the Miles Garrett, Cyprus Manukau Atkin bout out. I'm not sure as to what. We'll try and get an update on that. Either that or one of the boxers themselves is just not quite ready, or... Again, these are 2-minute rounds. There'll be 3 of them. I think they call that the commentator's nightmare, when you just make a comment to say how well and things are flowing, and then you just get that sort of... Never mind, we're into it.
Yep, you put the kibosh on that one.
Absolutely. Austin Butler out of red, up against Cameron Smith in the blue, getting the final instructions from referee. That was a nice uppercut. Boys are sizing themselves up very well. Prolific pace for the first minute or so.
Just trying to figure each other out. What works and what doesn't work.
Yeah, Cameron Smith, the young fella in blue, seems to again like to be trolling the inside of that ring. Referee telling him to keep his head up.
Finish the Austin. Let's go, boys. Nice. Bring it up again.
And Austin Butler's not letting himself down by any shape, way, or form, as they've had the 10 second slap.
Yeah, quite a controlled performance that, but if you want to win, you've got to probably pick it up a bit.
You're losing a little bit of composure during the the latter part of that first round.
Yeah, you just sort of get a bit sloppy as the pressure comes on, but eventually, after a few years of conditioning and training, and constant repetition, you start getting rid of all that, and you keep your hands tight and your chin down, and you become a more complete boxer.
Round 2.
We're starting off the second round. Same sort of intensity as both boxers sort of standing toe to toe. Well, I got a funny feeling. Young Austin Butler in red, just trying to get himself off that outside of the rope, get himself into the centre of the ring. But young Cameron Smith in blue is controlling that really well with some super fast footwork, just keeping him at bay.
Yeah, young Austin Butler in red, he's just not willing to engage too much, so he's trying to play a pick him off game, but sometimes you've got to get on with it. If you want to win the bout, you've got to make sure you show the judges that you've won the bout.
Of course, these boys are in that 46 kg weight range.
The last couple of bouts, just a little bit of a drop in intensity, but I'm sure things will change.
Yeah, well, the boys are, as you say, they're picking up both. Just, as I say, he's controlling that inside of that ring.
Yep.
Not letting him get out of it. A little bit of a head clash in that last part of that second round, sorry.
Yeah, you tend to have that. That's where the head guards come in quite handy, you avoid a few bumps and bruises.
Yeah.
And the possibility of a cut.
Yeah, well, they're not, as you say, they're still on that junior level, and the exuberant fighter can just make that wrong lift of the head at the wrong time, and next minute you're going to open up an eye.
Yeah, dead right, because the head guards don't sort of deflect from the power of the punch. They're just good at keeping things tidy in respect of cuts and bruises and things. So at this level, until they learn their craft better, they're an essential part of our kit.
Yep. Yeah, so we in that final of the third round.
Yeah, not a lot really changing in this round. It's just fairly predictable so far.
So this is bout number 18, and we've got 28 in the first session. Cameron Smith in blue up against Austin Butler in red. Junior men novice 52 kg. Getting plenty of instruction from the outside of the ring.
Yeah, the referee, Fatio Pato, hasn't too much work to do in this one.
End of that one. I've got to say, I'll be going, possibly I'm leaning more towards blue. You know, Cameron Smith, he controlled the centre of that ring the whole 3 rounds.
Yep, I mean, he was on the front foot a bit more, so it sort of tells the judges that, hey, I'm sort of dominating this fight.
We hope that those of you watching for Sky Sport Next that you're enjoying it as much as we are. We've had a very busy schedule of boxing over the last day and a half, and of course we are just getting through our bout number 18. And then, of course, later this afternoon, we'll just head down to Nellie A and see what she says the judge's decision will be.
Winner by split decision, blue corner, Cameron
That's young
Smith.
Cameron Smith taking that out. Junior men, novice 52, over Austin Butler. As I say, later on the afternoon, and we'll update closer to the time that we will be kicking off the evening session, or the afternoon evening session. We've got some great bouts coming up through there. So we'll once we finish this session, we'll have a break for around 30 minutes, and then we'll be coming back on air, and you can follow the last part of that. And as I say, the order has changed on us a little bit. So we've got junior male 52 kg. We've got in the red corner Jet Larby. And in the blue corner Kahu Rangiafa. He'll be fighting out of the blue corner. Jet from Putaru and from Rotorua will be Kahu. There's young Jet. Right, bells underway for again 3 2-minute rounds here at the North Island Golden Gloves Championship at the Great Lakes Centre in Lake Taupo. Again, showing great hand speed for young fellas, isn't it?
Yeah, they're nice and quick.
Again, Jet Larby in red, he's sort of trying to control that centre of the ring as much as he can. But in saying that, he just gets himself turned around. But
He's keen to get in there, though.
might be giving away a couple of inches in both reach and height, but he's not scared of getting in and mixing it up, young Jet in the red. Nice overhead right, just managed to just step back right at that split second that he needs.
Yep. Just pop it in.
Much easier when you see it in the replay.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower, and but no, the boys are boxing pretty good.
Now remember, these guys are only young fellas. 52 kg. Tying him up on the ropes, he's just going to try and keep him there, I think.
Yeah, there's still a tricky little bout, this. You know, there's not a lot in it.
I just sort of feel that young Jet Larby in red seems to be the sort of more the aggressor. He's getting in there. He's actually taking the fight to him.
Yeah, no, he's certainly keener to jumping on there on the front foot, but then as blue corner, he can step in there too, but it just seems to be that way. Yeah. Another one of those bouts is a little bit hard to score.
And in saying that, exactly what you say, you get that 10-second clap, and you go, here we go, boys, let's take another big suck of air and go for it. It's only 10 seconds.
And they put some effort into it too.
Yeah, no, Kahu sort of came back in that last part.
Yeah, this will be another close decision.
What sort of weight did the judges put on the fact that, you know, the more assertive fighter, the guy coming in on taking the fight to the other boxer, or just gets their attention a little bit more?
Yeah, if you got to split them, you know, you're looking for the clean scoring punches, but then if it's a close bout, then you got to start trying splitting it out. where like who forced the fight, you know, who was more aggressive, who was more technical, you know. So yeah, definitely it comes into it.
Ko in the blue is actually saying, no, you're not taking this away from me. I'm here for the same reason you are, to win.
Yeah, no, I have the feeling he's just slightly ahead.
A little bit of claret, I see. Start to slow it up a little bit, but again, we'll wait for that last 10 seconds and do or die at this point. Yeah, a couple of punches of Ko just went right over the top. No connection at all. Yeah, this one's going to be a toughie. Neither boxer has let themselves down. They've both fought very, very well. There's been the swings and roundabouts during the 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's a tight little boxing contest.
Yeah. Tricky one, this one, Stephen. Tricky one.
You go red, I'll go blue.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll go red.
I'll put $1 on for you.
Last of the great spenders.
Yeah, I'm not really a betting man.
Me neither. If I take a bet on a horse that's still running a week later. Never ever tried.
No, it's too hard doing it nowadays without giving it away.
I'm with you on that. So we've got a junior men's 57 kg coming up shortly. And that'll be our bout number 20 for today.
Winner by unanimous decision. Blue corner.
You just sneak a few more cleaner blows.
Ringing F up. Yeah, no, you're right. Good to see the sportsmanship continuing right the way through these levels of the guys. A good fight had by both. Getting handed their certificates. So the North Island Golden Gloves Championships continue for the 36th year here at Lake Tupou, the Great Lakes Centre, and it's been proudly brought to you by Sky Sports Next. Hope you're enjoying the coverage that we're giving you. So don't forget to subscribe to Sky Sport Next.
Junior male, 57 kilos.
So we're going to the 57 kilo, and we've got Omid Azizi in the blue corner up against Ho'aria Akaroa. Will be fighting out of the red corner. These guys, as I say, are 57 kg. So Omid Azizi is out of Peach Boxing in Auckland, and Akaroa is fighting for Central Rotorua.
The Peach Gym is producing some good boxers. They've got nice big numbers up there, lots of good high intensity sparring, and it shows with their boys. They're well conditioned and they're quite hard to beat actually.
Final instructions being given to the referee. By the referee, I apologise. Again, these are 3 2-minute rounds.
Slight change in pace in this one.
A lot of really early body shots, just trying to see to take the wind out of him possibly, I'm not sure, but Mohamed Azizi, he's working very hard on that lower, just pounding the body. A lot of people think the old headshot, might be the scoring one, but if you can start taking some wind out of the sails by going down low, into that mid area and pound that away for a little while.
Yeah, well, the body's a big target. The head's quite a small target, and the blows to the body are equal in terms of scoring. And of course, you can soften them up a little bit, and you get a couple of shots in the body, or especially in the solar plexus area. I mean, it slows you down big time.
And he's putting a lot of effort to that lower part. To young Ekaro in the red. He's got to be careful. He's just dropping that head down. The referee's already spoken to him 3 times, so we're still in round 1.
Yeah, he's sort of flailing away a bit, putting the head down and motoring on in.
Again, showing that aggression right at the beginning, getting out there, and as you say, getting the points sort of in round number 1, where, if things change slightly in round 2, you're not coming from too far behind.
Yeah, if you can get a good round up to start with, I mean, you've already got that, so now you've only got to win another round. And, generally, you'll have the fight, as long as you're on your feet at the end of it.
So what have we got? Another another 8 more bouts to go before we get to our scheduled sort of break. Still got one more female fight coming up this morning. Or this afternoon, I should say. Nakara in red he's got a slight height advantage, but he's not quite using that jab to sort of get away. He's allowing a young Ovid Azizi to get in there a little tighter and a little quicker, and work really hard on that body.
Yeah, he's tending to hook the punches a bit more, and probably could straighten them up, and it'll certainly help him a bit. If you can get a guy on the end of a straight punch, it just gives you another 6 inches, and it can be a tremendous advantage when you're fighting a shorter boxer. But if you play the same game, then you're going to make life a little bit tough.
Yep.
You know, your arms tend to be a little bit longer, and the short arm guy can get inside you, and in theory the punch can get in there a little bit easier.
Yeah, of course, you're starting to take those blows down the lower side. It does open to get your arms down, dropping just that little bit more to protect yourself, and next minute you've exposed yourself up top.
Yes, the idea, you know, drop one down to the body and then drop his hands and then pop over the top. Always finish on the head after the body.
And he's showing that as well. I just noticed that as you said that, it's exactly what he was doing. 3 or 4 down the bottom, boom.
Yep, over top. Not a huge amount of technique going in there, but it's effective. Well, so far it's reasonably effective from blue.
So these are the 57 kg junior male. Akaroa from Central Rotorua, and out of the Peach Boxing Academy, Auckland, young Azizi, both getting their instructions as to what's expected of them in the last 2 minutes.
Both coaches give them a bit of a grilling.
Seconds are being called out. Third and final. At this point, leaning a little towards blue.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think blue's just a touch more aggressive. His presence is sort of in the red guy's face a bit more, and he's making life a little bit uncomfortable.
That's a great set of combinations, both body and then going up top. Exactly what you said, Steve, just 2 minutes ago.
Yeah,
start down the bottom and finish up top.
Over top. You know, it's been, you know, good coaching. You know, you're teaching the guy to drop the hands, and then, of course, the target area is exposed again. Get down there, shoot low, the arms come down, pop over the top. It was a nice little shot to the body then for the blue guy.
You say don't turn yourself around. Dangerous position.
Yeah, you're not allowed to turn your back to the opponent, but it happens, don't worry, you get all mixed up with your feet and tangled up.
Yeah, I think what did Azizi in the blue is actually definitely the...
Yeah, striking in the back of the head. There's a foul. A little bit of a head clash there. That's what those head guards are for.
Last 10 seconds, of course.
It's turning into a bit of a wild little finish.
Well done, young fellas. Yeah, well, I'm definitely be leaning towards blue.
Yeah, I think on
Azizi.
aggression alone, blue will win this one. And that's the thing about boxing. It's you may be at a disadvantage of reach, etc. And if you can get in there and establish your presence and a bit of aggression behind it, then you know that can finish the day off well for you.
So next up we'll be jumping up just a fraction. The junior male novice up to 63 kg. One of the boxers out of Hastings. And our other boxer out of Nabby's gym.
Winner by unanimous decision. Blue corner, Ahmed.
So we called that one right.
Yeah,
it's easy.
A job doing this. To get a job doing this, we might even have to put a bet on, I think.
I told you if I do that, I'll be losing.
Bouts 21. Junior male novice. 63 kilos. 3 2-minute round. Box to the ring.
So, of course, our afternoon or evening schedule is the same. We've got 29 bouts in that one, so it's going to be into a reasonably long afternoon, but we'll be having a break shortly at around 4 o'clock, give or take. So, coming in at the junior men's novice, 63 kg. Out of the blue corner is Jack Robinson, and in the red corner, Patrick Doyle from Hastings, and Jack Robinson with the Navy Gym. A couple of tall young lads.
Yeah, well, that's what we've noticed in boxing in recent years is height is becoming definitely a major player in the sport. These kids are 6 foot, tall, and they're not a lot over 60 kilos. They have a tremendous reach, and it's hard to reach up to these guys when they're standing so tall.
We'll get round one underway. Again, 3 2-minute rounds.
I must compliment the camera work. It's really making it seem like you're right in there with the boys, and it's giving a different perspective from just a stationary camera setup. It's actually giving you many angles of the fight, and of course you're seeing all the different sides to it, and it makes it very interesting to watch.
Absolutely, totally agree with you. And again, congratulations to our cameraman out there and our producer, Pete Clapperton. And it's great to hear the audience sort of getting in and really cheering on, whether or not a lot of the time they may or may not know the boys. They're just appreciating good boxing.
Oh yeah. Eventually the crowd warms up and they get into it. Tonight there'll be a full house, and you'll hear them roar.
Oh, a couple of nice overhead rights on these from Jack Robertson. Oh, we have just in between this, we've got some great bouts coming up after looking at some of the matchups. Of course, the big one really has to be David Naika, the Sart, who's on our second to last up against Lawrence Titter. And that'll be something that most boxers are going to just absolutely look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, Lawrence certainly doesn't have the experience that David has, but he'll have a go. Don't worry about that. And that's what the boys will do. They'd love to get in there and have a crack at one of the best boxers we've seen in recent times, you know. And so it'll be something they can tell their kids about too when they're older.
So that's sort of coming up second to last bout this evening. So I'd be suggesting that you organise your dinner and your cup of tea that you might be requiring.
Yeah, and you never know. Many years ago I was in this very venue and I see a young fella from, I think he was from the Bay, Hawke's Bay area. He got in with David Tour. I think it was a guy Anderson, and he outboxed David Tour. And he beat David on points, and there were some shocked people in the audience. So you do not know.
And Patrick Doyle just getting himself sort of tied up a little bit and turning, he's leaving himself wide open. If Jack Robertson just happens to be in the right position to actually land one, he could be in trouble. Just like that, just turns himself at the wrong moment. And I think, you know, you were saying earlier in the day, the way in which these boxers have matched up, the system works exceedingly well. I mean, there's been no real big one-sided bouts coming through.
Not at all, no. Even matching is very important, you know, and even during the season, you know, when the boxers are fighting club level and that, well, the matching's always well thought out. No coach is going to throw a boxer in into an opponent who's well outclassing him, you know, like you do your homework, and occasionally, you know, you do find a guy that you think he's a raw novice or whatever, and he actually's been a novice for a couple of years, you know, and hasn't had a lot of fights, but he's just got that little bit more experience. So, you know, it can get tricky sometimes, but generally a very, very well thought out and close matchings.
Yeah, well, Patrick Doyle actually came back in the latter part of that round number 2. Positioned himself really well up against Jack Robinson, of course, from the Nabby Gym. Patrick Doyle from Hastings. Hopefully it's a nice sunny day over in the Bay. Yesterday, somebody said they drove over for the start of the day and it was a rather miserable day over there. And then we were much the same, and then all of a sudden the thunderstorm appeared and down the rain came.
Yeah, well, we're used to that from the Naki. We come out of the sunshine and drive to all these places and down it comes. So we're quite keen to get back home to the sunshine.
Yeah, the only advantage we have here in Taupo is it can rain all it likes, and an hour later you go out and mow your lawns. Although you'd have a gardener.
Yeah, we have gardens down our way. We don't have to worry about just lawns. It's that and sunny and tropical down our way. We're too busy growing fruit.
Right, third and final round. Jack Robinson in blue coming in, not mucking around. He's right from the outset. He's been sort of getting in the face of young Patrick Doyle.
Yeah, Patrick's trying to keep him off, but he's keeping coming forward, and he's given Patrick a bit of a torrid time.
Yeah, he's not able to get that jab just to hold him away, because he's attacking that arm and just saying, no, I'm going to stop this.
I think the mouth guard has come out again.
Saw a bit of that yesterday, but as you say, bite down on it, keep it in your gob.
Yeah, and of course the old trick is if you just want a bit of a break, just
spit it
drop
out.
the mouth guard, yeah, drop it out for a bit, you'll get another 10 seconds. It's still going to be hard for the judges to split this one. I'm just thinking blue, but it's a hard one to judge.
Yeah, but then right at the outset, then Patrick Doyle lands a couple of nice ones that scored. So maybe he's heard something. He's probably heard us in the commentary booth saying, come on, you've got to increase your workload, young fella.
Yeah, no, he's given as good as he gets. He decided it didn't need cleaning then. He'll just stick it back
in your mouth. What COVID?
Yeah, what COVID? Don't worry about that.
It's his mouth. Must be getting close to that last 10 seconds, but because once that 10-second clapper goes, these guys are going to be going hammer and tong just to see whether they can finish this game off. Trading punches, here we go.
Coming back a little bit more too. He's just trying to finish a bit stronger. But he wears one for his troubles. Another good close bout.
Yeah, I'm leaning a little towards young Jack Robertson from the Nabby gym. But we have been called out a couple of times there in this first half of the session for the North Island Golden Gloves Championships here at Lake Tupou. But I'm not a betting man, so but I'll still probably just mainly for the fact that young Robertson in blue seemed to be the more of the aggressor. He was coming forward more often.
Yeah, I feel he just may have got the first 2 rounds. But we just don't know.
We'll go down to Nelly for the judges' decision.
Trust our judges.
Red corner.
Well,
Wow.
there you go.
There you go.
Patrick Doyle.
Well done, young boys. So we're going to head up now to the 66 kg junior men's novice. Haranashi Singh out of the red corner and Kalani Mara.
Bout 22.
And this is bout number 22,
Junior
as I say, at the Golden
novice,
Gloves
66 kilos.
for 2020.
2-minute rounds.
Somebody was saying the other day, you know,
Boxers in the ring.
when I think it was Lady Diana passed away and the year was pretty horrible and the Queen called it something horriblous. Well, now the new expression is, how's your year gone? And everyone's just going to keep saying 2020. And in other words,
You're pretty sharp, mate.
a bad year had by all.
Don't give up your day job.
No, blink and it's all over.
Yeah, it's been one of those years, all right, and of course, as we've discussed before, a very difficult year for sport. But the bright spot is one of our Naki boys is back in the ring.
Yeah, we got one of your boys in here.
Fighting out of the red corner.
Kalani Mara.
Rapera from the box office gym in the corner with the blue.
Marita, is it?
And I think young Singh's from Revel's gym.
Yeah. We hope you're enjoying the coverage with Sky Sport Next. As I say, please feel free to follow us on Facebook and on Instagram. We'd love to have you support us with, of course, the Sky Sport YouTube channel. So again, 3 2-minute rounds.
You notice most boxes are relatively clean shaven. That we do have an allowance for various religious minorities or etc. that have their own beliefs. So we do allow some people to box with a beard. But generally it's a health issue with boxing, and we like the boxers clean shaven.
again, right from the early bit. Young Singh in the red seems to be trying to dominate the centre of the ring.
Yep. I prefer our boy from Taranaki to keep his hands up a little bit. Expose your chin and you're just asking for someone to drop something on it. This is good close-up work,
Isn't it?
There's a lot of things happen quickly in a boxing fight, you know, and so you're very sharp with the mind and the hands, and you know, there's many things to process very quickly.
Naranish Singh in the red again. He absolutely tries to dominate that inside, keeping your young fella on the ropes. But he's managing not to get pinned in there. He's going to them.
Amish Singh doesn't learn to throw a straight right hand. Hopefully the blue boy will get a bit of a rack up about dropping the hands and waving the head around from his corner.
So just a reminder to our viewers with Sky Sport Next on the YouTube channel, we'll be taking a break once the I think we've got about another 6 bouts. Once those are done, we're taking a break for around about half an hour, and then we're returning for the evening session. And again, we've got a full program of some 29 bouts, so it's going to be a good and interesting afternoon, evening of high quality amateur boxing here at the Great Lakes Centre in Taupo for the North Island Golden Gloves Amateur Champs.
We've got our Nicky boy trying a bit of southpaw here and a bit of lefty there, and we'll see if it works.
Flurry from young Hanish Singh.
Yeah, another one of these hard bouts to score too. You know, both guys are getting as good as they get, and giving as good as they get. Singh's from Lance Rebels gym. Lance is down in the chair in the corner, and I think it's his son taking the boxes. Of course, these boys are, you know, they're novice boxers still, so they've got a little bit to learn.
Your young Singh in the red, he eyes wide open and really focused on getting in there.
Well, that's what I'm enjoying about these camera angles. You know, you're right in there, and you can see their facial expressions, you can see their concentration. You know, it adds a little bit more of another dimension to just a fixed camera in one position. And of course allows the public to be in the fight close.
Yeah, well, a lot of the people, of course, are watching us live with Sky Sport Next. And you know, if Nana or Pop or somebody unable to get up away for Labour weekend, you know, they can turn it on, be sitting in the comfort of their own living room and be following what the action is happening here.
Yeah, it's great entertainment, you know, and it's pretty easy to do it. Yeah, the boys are still putting plenty of effort in.
Yeah, not slowing down. The referee's going to tell him he's got to stop holding. Yeah, a lot of the punches is just glancing. They're not actually...
Yeah, very hard to land a clean one.
Yeah.
Difficult bout to score this, very difficult to score. There's not much in it.
As you say, Mara is in the blues. His hands have definitely gone down.
Yeah, you know, you get in the habit of dropping your hands and the guy walks through you, you know, you got to lift them up and you got to cover a bit of ground, and next minute the punch has got you before it's home. And little habits, they...
hard to break.
Hard to break, and they can cost you in those critical decisions.
As you say, I wouldn't want to be calling this one.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've got to go for the Naki boy, but
Well, you won't be let back in if you don't.
no. But I don't know which way it's going to go. Very close bout.
Yeah, I just felt that Singh was actually spending more time in front. Just
possibly more aggressive. Yeah, and yeah, it could go red. It could.
Just a reminder for our viewers at home with Sky Sport Next on the YouTube channel, we're going to be taking about a half an hour break. Well, it will be a half hour break once this next 5 bouts are over. 6 bouts. But we'll be returning after 30 minutes for the evening session, or the late afternoon evening session. What's the time now? 20 to 3.
Winner by split decision, blue corner, Kalani.
Run with an Aggie.
Run for the Naki. Yeah, so we're up to about number 23, so we've got, 6 to go. And just repeating what I said earlier, we'll be taking a half-hour break. The way it's going, probably close to 4 o'clock. Oh, no, 3:30. And we'll be back on, so don't go too far away from your screens. And we, as I say, a very heavy program this afternoon, evening. 29 bouts
Bout
altogether.
23, junior men novice, 60 kilo, 3 2-minute rounds.
So we've got 2-minute rounds again. This is the junior men's novice, 60 kg. Fighting out of the red corner is Hunter Downard. And he's a local lad. His dad, Michael. Had a lot to do with it. And out of the peach boxing is Sonny Morini. I think young Hunter's dad, Michael Downard, I'll see whether I can pick him up in the corner, whether he's allowed to be standing with his son. possibly. But yeah, he was with a boxing tournament that was held some years ago here in Taupo, and it raised a colossal amount of money. One of the charity boxing tournaments. A few local businessmen decided it was a great idea for about 2.5 seconds when they got in the ring, and then wanted to change their mind rapidly.
That's a different story when you're in there. It's all right to watch it.
Yeah. So again, Downard in the red, Marini in blue.
The boys just testing the water once more.
Again, he's got that stance of having those arms really low. Young Sonny Marini.
In some of these kids, you know, you just got to let them fight what they naturally sort of seem to be adapted to, and let them go. You can't make robots out of them, so you've got to work with how they naturally are inclined to try and box.
That headgear is needing some serious work already. To young Sonny. Everyone gets a bit of a breather.
Yes, nothing more frustrating when the head guard's moving around your head. You know, it puts the boxer off. And he starts just thinking of the head guard rather than the job in hand. And of course, he's got to be able to see. Referee telling him to engage a bit more. This is a boxing contest, not a posing contest. So they oblige.
So the boys have said, okay then, you want it, we'll do it. How hard is it to box with someone who's got his hands down? I mean, not that you know, we talked about it yesterday, you know, where the boxers used to stand with their arms almost fully extended. Now they're hanging down like at their knees.
Yeah. If you're trying to box at long distance and that, you know, it can be quite frustrating. But what's happened there is this, various countries have figured out. It's kind of started with the Cuban style, and but now a lot of the countries have figured out. Well, you can walk through them if you can get your foot between their feet, and chase them down. The short, fast, quick punching can negate a lot of what they're doing. But you've got to be able to walk them down and get past what they're doing.
Trying to think of that showboat pony boxer from the UK, Prince Hassim, that's the one. And he had that habit of sort of almost swaying with his arms around his ankles.
And he looked good at average competition, but he certainly met his match as he went up in the ranks.
Yeah, he had quick hands speed, but boy, he came unstuck a number of times when he just thought he'd showboat somewhat and go, oh, I regret that, when he's laying on the canvas.
Yeah, I didn't like him at all. I thought he was a bit of a smarty bum, so I was quite happy to see him sort it out. Oh, that was a little shot right on the corner of the chin. And that makes your legs dip, and just for a split second you think, oh dear, what happened?
And now he's stalking like a panther.
He's going to come in hard.
He's going to come in real quick as soon as... Here we go again.
And the red corner is doing exactly the right thing. Tie him up. that's definitely another
That was a
count
stiff
there.
upper. That sort of stopped him when he lifted him off his feet.
Yeah, it's got to look after that chap.
I think the speed of young Sonny Morini in the blue corner, as he called it, the refs called it.
Yeah,
Said
I
enough's
thought
enough.
he may have allowed him another chance to fight his way back in, but the referee must have decided that no, enough is enough. He's obviously looked into the boxer's eyes and not too happy with his concentration and you know, his ability to respond.
That overhead right just
And of course, he
absolutely
received
flushed.
2 hard punches. I mean, he got clipped that first one, so the referee thought, no, this happened twice. That's enough.
Winner by referee stop contest. Blue corner. Sonny Morini.
The red boy's not happy, but of course you never are when something like that happens.
No, but as we've been saying, and we'll repeat ourselves, I know, but safety first.
Yeah, his book will be marked now, and will not box for at least another month. No sparring, and he will be assessed by a doctor as fit to continue. Otherwise, he'll have some more time out.
Right, well, we've got our next bout up. We've got back to a couple of young ladies, the junior female 60 kg. We've got Amber Foot from Palmerston North Boxing in the blue corner up against Neutriel, it should be, Rangi Afar from Rotorua.
I think this is about the 3rd or 4th Rangi Afar family member that's boxed in this tournament.
Yep.
And they must be related to Tom, I think.
Yes, daughter.
Ah, well, there we go. Quite closely related.
And not that I've seen her box, but I have been told that she is exceptionally good. And a lot of the female boxers want to get into the ring with her to see how good, you know, they're matching up and how they're going.
That's the way to do it. And of course, Tom, as I said before, is one of our up-and-coming coaches.
So Dad's in
He
her
will probably
corner.
be heading off to the Olympic Games with our head coach Billy Mann in the future. Tom's on the long list for the coaching staff. And of course mentored by the old great Rex Jenkins. But don't anyone tell him I called him an old great.
So again, 3 2-minute rounds. And I think Amber Foot in the blue, she's got nothing to lose other than get in there quickly. Because Naturel, she will not be mucking around. She'll want to get this over and done with.
She's not really mucking around, no. She's going to have a crack at getting her out of there.
Well, I'd imagine Amber Foot's corner have said to her quite clearly, if you're going to mix it up with this girl, you're going to have to be in her face right from the outset. Backing off is not going to help you.
I think that Terrell's got the psychological advantage here over Amber. But you never know. It's, you know, there's still 3 rounds to get through.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, if the bout goes on a little bit longer, things can change.
Yeah, Amber can get a bit of confidence. You
Yeah.
get a couple of shots in and think, hey, I can actually get
Hang on a
past
minute, I'm not going to be left behind. I've got a chance to actually prove myself. So Amber Foot out of Palmerston North.
Big long arms are making a little bit of a difference.
So the seconds will be asked to do it. As I say, we've got 4 more bouts after this one before we'll take about a 30-minute break. And then you can rejoin, of course, with Sky Sport Next, the YouTube channel. Round 2. I tell you what, with the growth of what you're doing here with the, even with the North Island Golden Gloves here, you know, you'd probably need to run this over 3 days if you're going to end up getting an increase in numbers.
Yeah, it's getting quite difficult to manage. The hardest job is, of course, the judging. The judges have got to concentrate for so many bouts for so long, and it is a little bit hard on the judges, but yeah, it's a matter of where we go here. It's becoming almost too successful.
So we just stopped for a little bit of a blood wipe up, which is with the natural.
And of course, one thing about the gloves, quite often in a normal year, we have Aussies here too. They come over, you know, it's a little bit of prestige in this tournament, and they love coming over, and the numbers are even greater.
I got a feeling that Amber Foot's actually starting to get a little bit ahead in this one, and I think the problem being, of course, we've now got a bit of a blood issue. Just a bang to the nose.
That's all it is.
But of course, if they can't stem it.
But Emma will be thinking, hey, this could be something I better capitalise on.
Yeah. Get that jab going and just keep it, because they're only in round number 2. So the longer she can sort of keep that going.
You do see Amber moving forward a little bit now. She may have a little bit of confidence.
You don't really want to get a second or third bang on that nose.
No, it can be annoying, but you know, you're a little bit of bleeding there, and you're thinking about it a lot of the time too. And that's all it is. It just makes the breathing through the nose a little bit harder. You know, that's the problem. But, I think we've seen Terrell just backing off a touch and deciding I'll box a bit more now.
Yeah.
Try and make life easier on myself.
Not get into the mix and match sort of stuff, just because I need to stay with this.
Yeah.
And now, of course, she's got a minute to try and get herself cleaned up. Dad's jumped into the ring.
Yeah, wipe it off and clean it up, and away you go. And that's also a testimony, you know, to show that these girls, it's physical, you know, they're getting in there, you know, they're doing what the boys are doing, and it's really great.
Just having a quick look through for this evening's program, and I am quite excited actually for about at least half a dozen of these bouts after the matchups from yesterday.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to some of those bigger boys getting in there, because they really impressed on the last day.
So Naturala, she's coming out saying, okay, Amber, I might have had a blood nose, but it ain't going to stop me going for this. And I'm sure Amber's thought straight away, just keep jabbing away. Just keep her at distance. Opportunity might just open up, score a couple of extra points and take this out.
Well, look, she's giving as good as she gets.
Well, Amber's definitely not. Would not have come in as the favourite on this bout.
No. So, confidence is up there, so she's going to have a crack.
Notice too that Nasral's left hand has really dropped down. Now the referee can stop the bout for the blood.
Oh, the doctor will make the decision on that. Yep. And most doctors take it at face value. It's just a little bit of blood. It's nothing major. It's just a minor thing, and they'll make sure she's breathing all right. And away you go. But it is another one of those layers, a doctor present at all tournaments, at all times. And he has the power to stop the bout. End of story. He's the authority when it comes to a medical issue. And we do thank our doctor. He's been a great doctor over the years and a very experienced boxing doctor, Dr. Jack. A little bit of typical blood.
Yeah,
just
picked up with that. So both be getting a clean-up. Crowd keeping everyone supported. Get back underway. 10 seconds to go. We'll see what these young ladies are going to make or break on this one, as you say. There we go. Well done.
Yeah, no, Amber gave as good as she got. She, she wasn't intimidated. She took a little bit to settle in, and she started coming back well.
I'm afraid to say it's one of those ones that I'm not prepared to make a call on. I'm a little bit... I
think it'll go red, but blue corner still put up a very good contest. And perhaps looking forward to the next chance of getting in there.
We've still got another female fight coming up and 2 more. Next up we've got the junior men's 60 kg. So 4 more to go in this session, and then we get into the finals. Let's cross down to Bet.
Winner by unanimous decision, red corner, Natural Rangiafa.
So you were right, red corner took it out.
Yeah, no, she deserved the win, but like I said, Amber put up a very good contest. And of course, it's old Malcolm Nicol in the corner of the blue, well, in the blue corner, sorry. One of our stalwarts of boxing and one of our greats too. And very much loved by the boxing community.
Bout 25, junior men's 60 kilo. Boxers to the ring. Fighting out of the red corner, Rock Weaver.
Right, in the junior men's 60, we're back with, in the red corner, Rook Weaver, and in the blue corner, Cooper White.
Yep, and this is a Nabby versus Peach gym special. Fox is just trying to figure each other out, seeing what one guy can do and what he can't do.
Yeah, again, these guys, it's just steps up, that hand speed, foot speed. And of course, they've got a little bit more bulk to them.
Blue trying to make use of his reach.
Oh, nice connect there from Rook Weaver. But again, trading blow for blow. They're not. Rook Weaver out of the Peach Boxing and Cooper White out of Nabby's. Pretty even, I'd say, in that first round.
Yeah, a bit of feeling out and a bit of touch up here and there, but I wouldn't call it. I wouldn't call that round.
So we've got three more bouts of this section. Seconds are being called for round number 2.
Here we go.
Yeah, they purely body weight hitting in the opposite direction, so no pull down, bit of tussle between the two boys. Told this is boxing, not wrestling.
Yes, problem with styles, they tangle up sometimes, and you end up wrestling around and getting messy. Okay.
Just a slip.
Referee Sunita giving them a little bit of instruction there about stop the hanging on, it won't happen. quite a good contest there. Occasionally Blue Guy's testing the water with his chin a bit being high, but wrong overhand right could catch him. Both boys getting their final instructions.
Good job, bro. Keep going, Mark. Let's go. Good jab. Good jab. Move. Back to the center. Back on the jab. Back on your jab. Good. Step back. That's a boy. Back to the center. Let's go. Good.
So the boys are still deciding to mess it up. And they leaning into each other a heck of a lot in this round. Referee's going to say, look guys, keep your heads up. None of this sort of come in from behind. Of course, we've got Cooper White in blue and Rook Weaver in red in the closing part of round number 3. Last 10 seconds. See where we go. Both boys have been guilty of sort of hanging on. But an appreciative crowd all the same as the two boys slugged it out from Peach's Boxing Academy. Rook Weaver out of Nabby's is Cooper White. Next up we've got a junior female novice, 66 kg. And as I say, for our viewers sitting home watching it with Sky Sport Next on the YouTube channel, we have a mountain of bouts coming up around about 4 o'clock, 29 to be exact. And there are some absolutely blinder matchups which we'll look forward to. I've been joined this morning and had the great pleasure of having Steve Hartley beside me, President of Boxing New Zealand.
Winner by unanimous
See who this one goes to.
Blue corner, Cooper White.
The blue corner, Cooper White from Nabby's Boxing.
Yeah, and another bout there. Wasn't a lot in it at all.
No. No. So we're on to our 26th bout. Tell you what, Steve, we've said it before, and I'll say it one more time. Organisation. I mean, what are we going to have? We're going to have something like 57 bouts today.
Yeah, that's
We've got 28 now, and then what? We've got 29 on the next one. What? 50? Yeah, 57.
Yeah, right up. You know, it's just a credit to the organisers, CNI, and of course, it's the structure we use with boxing. Just everything's got to be pretty tight and tidy. We've got an image that we wish to project, that we're competent in what we do, and this is all part of the game.
So we've got the junior female novice, 66 kilo, in the red corner, Arabella Kerr. She's fighting out of the red corner. Fighting out of the blue corner is Eleventh Tufua. Both ladies in the 66 kg category.
Once more, we have a height issue. We'll see different styles clash here.
So yes, of course, Arabella Kerr in the red, she's probably got about 3 to 4 inches of maybe a bit more in height. So whether she's going to start using that jab going and just try and slow up Elizabeth somewhat, or Elizabeth's got to make the decision to get in tight. And try and close down that reach advantage.
Yeah, 2 novice boxers. And once more, they're learning their craft. And can be a bit awkward for a while, but when they figure it out, they get it sorted. Because it is a little bit hard for the girls too, there's not a huge amount of competition in women's boxing. They compromise about 15% of our competitive boxers. But so any girls out there want to get in the sport, the door's open, come on in.
I think the referee's going to be saying to them, come on ladies, let's get into it.
Yeah, a little bit of figuring out this round, I think. They'll no doubt get a hurry up from their corners.
Again, 2-minute rounds. 3 rounds for these junior boxers. As I say, the evening's program is full of some great matchups. We watched, of course, yesterday. Now, of course, they're fighting for the North Island Golden Gloves titles. So don't forget to stay with us for this afternoon and the evening with the Sky Sports Next on the YouTube channel. You're watching 2 young fighters, Arabella Kerr in the red up against Elizabeth Tufua in blue. Tell you what, Elizabeth's not scared of coming forward.
Yeah, she's not intimidated. She's just a little bit of inexperience. They're just trying to figure out exactly what they are trying to achieve. But it may heat up a little bit. Bit of circling around here and circling around there. Of course, later on in the evening we do have some of our very, very competent female boxers boxing, and they will certainly provide some good action. This tournament is a compulsory event for the Olympic hopefuls that we've got in this country, and they must attend if they can get bouts, and most of them have been matched, and you've already seen a terrific match between Jerome Pampaloni and David Naika, and it'll be good to see some more competitive bouts like that later on in the evening, which will no doubt happen.
Oh, I'm absolutely confident of that. When you look down the program schedule, which we've just been handed, to have a sort of a bit of a preview, I suppose. It's going to be absolutely full on. As I say, some 29 bouts are going to take place. And we'll be getting ready at around about 4 o'clock. We've got 2 more bouts to go after this fight finishes, after this next round. Once we get through those, we will be taking a quick break of around half an hour. Stretch our legs as well. We've been sort of stuck in the same place for 4 and a bit hours now, I suppose.
Yeah, I need a rest, mate. This job's harder than getting in there.
So we'll get that all sorted out, and look forward to some of the big guns coming out as part of the North Island Golden Gloves Championships being held here at the Great Lakes Centre in Tupou. And if you happen to be in town and you sort of stumbled across the channel today, the Sky Sport Next YouTube channel, head down to the Great Lakes Centre, you know, and right in the heart of town where the set of traffic lights are. We always laugh about that. You can always turn the traffic lights off in town. Oh, we've got 2 sets I've been informed of, but it's the main one's right in the heart of the Northern Domain. And please come in, purchase a ticket, because of course the funds help the sport totally. I think Arabella was a little lucky there. She turned herself around, and if young Elizabeth had been a little bit quicker, she could have caught her out quite nicely.
Yeah, yep, she got cross-footed, turned the shoulder too far, and yep, she could have paid for it, but Elizabeth just wasn't quite quick enough to get in there, or probably a little bit of experience, you know. So, and that's what this bout is. It's 2 inexperienced boxers, but they're figuring out the game, and they'll go on and improve. I think at this stage, the blue could be just a bit ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning more towards young Elizabeth Tuafua.
Neither causing a lot of damage.
No. Now they've got to make the decision. You caught your breath for 5 seconds, now you've got 10 to go.
And now the girls can have a breather. Both thinking is, what in the world have we just done? That was the hardest thing I've done.
I know they always say don't turn your back, but the tendency I would imagine being is that, you know, when you're sort of taking you just say, look, I'm over this for a second, just give me a breather, and you just, as you say, cross your legs over, you get turned a little bit and you go, oops.
Yeah, and of course when you turn, you're vulnerable to be blindsided, you know, and the trick of this game is you do not take your eye off the target, and if you're going sideways and you're looking the other way, your eye's off the target, and the target ends up being you.
Yep. So we're just now waiting on, of course, the judges to collate their numbers, Steve, and then we'll head down and see what Nelly has to say, but I'd probably be leaning blue.
I'll let you have that one.
Winner by unanimous decision, blue corner, Elizabeth.
And that is Elizabeth Tuifua. Yeah, I just thought that she was, again, the assertive one. And every bout that we've been watching, those that have sort of gone out, taken that first round, tends to be the one that actually
Second
comes through and
session will
finishes it up
start
strongly.
at
Yeah, it's established
4:15.
that mental
Please
sort
be
of
aware, all boxers
advantage.
and
you know,
coaches,
and,
4:15. Second
you know,
session
because a lot of these
starts.
kids are very, very closely matched, but if you can just get one up on them in the first round, then they've got to come back from that.
Well, looking at our next was junior men's novice 70 kg. In the red corner is Louis Meti Nicholas, and in the blue corner
About
will be
27,
Jaden
junior
Parker.
men novice, 70
Louis from
kilos.
Palmerston North.
Fighting in the
Both these
red
boys
corner.
from Palmerston North,
Louis
Malcolm Nicol
Mete
in the red corner
Nicholas.
with his charge, and Michael Meehan.
Fighting in the blue corner,
blue
Jaden
corner.
Harker.
Here we go, round number one. As I say, Jaden Parker in blue, Louis Meti Nicholas in the red. Both weighing in around the 70 kg mark. And if they're both boys from Palmerston North, different gyms granted, they probably know each other, have come across each other somewhere.
A bit of local gym rivalry, so they'll be testing the water.
Got to have bragging rights. Sure of
Yeah,
it.
got to have a local bragging rights.
Couple of big solid punches, both of them.
Yeah, the old red guy's trying to force the action, the blue guy's trying to pick them off a bit more, and once more the contrasting styles.
Action's so close, I'm thinking our cameraman's about to get slugged.
You better watch out.
I think he's just zoomed in a little bit tight. Evenly split, I say, on the blue corner, Jaden Parker against Louis Meti Nicholas in the red. But he did manage to get one across the top there. Speed being one thing, Steve, but you also got to be accurate.
What's that, sorry, mate? What's
I'm just saying the few haymakers been thrown, I
Oh,
think, just
yeah,
with the
yeah,
speed
yeah.
as opposed to
it's
biding your time, opening the opportunity and taking it.
Yeah. I mean, and as you advance in skill levels, your accuracy, of course, has to improve as you get up into the higher ranks of boxing, and these boys will shorten the punch of touch and be a lot more direct and a lot faster. And that's how the game is. You got to start somewhere, and these boys are relatively new to the game, but they're figuring it out and they'll improve.
So we've got one more bout after this one, and then we will be having around about a 30-minute break. Everyone do refresh and stretch, and we'll be back, of course.
The boys are both willing.
Yeah, both trading good. Both starting to breathe a little bit harder too in the second round.
You try and bluff yourself for a little bit of time to catch a few breaths, and with a bit of wiggling and jiggling and a bit of feinting.
A couple of nice body shots too coming through there.
Yep, and of course they score just the same. Tough one to score.
So we've got one more bout to go before we take a break, and of course you can join us for our evening or late afternoon evening number of bouts. And as I say, we've had 28 on the card this morning. We've got 29 this evening, or this afternoon this evening. So if you like amateur boxing, stay exactly where you are with Sky Sports Next, the YouTube channel. And don't forget yourself to subscribe. Okay, you got the third and final. Again, all these bouts have been 2 minutes.
Jaden Parker in blue, he's just not trying to commit his chin too much. His hands are low, but he's going to shift out of there as soon as he can with his feet and pull his chin back, so he's going to pick a shot in and go. But of course our man in red, he's going to try and walk through that and get in there and do some damage.
Yeah, both boys are sort of showing a similar sort of amount of aggression towards each other. But there's some big punches that are just missing, but get a few of them to connect and I think the damage will be done.
Yeah, and that's...
we're sitting almost in a completely different area from where the action is happening, and we can hear it where we are.
Yeah, no, as you see the weights go up, the boys do hit hard, and you do hear, the punches connecting, and good old days of David Tour and guys like Sam Louis boxing in this arena, you could hear the punches whacking in a mile away. The gloves were obviously weren't up to the standard they are in these modern ones and that. So when the punches went in, the opponents felt them.
And Louis just connected quite nicely on the chin of young Parker, but seemed to glance that one away. There's the 10-second. It's all glory, or I don't know. It's one of those ones. I agree with you.
Yeah, tough one to split. I don't know why. I just leaning blue a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can go red.
Oh, thanks.
Well, unless you want to choose another.
No. Yeah, there's, as I say, some 50-50 split on this one. I'll say it's a split decision, but I'll go red. She gave it to me anyway.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Then we'll go down to Nelly and get the...
Winner by unanimous decision, blue corner,
There you go.
Jaden Parker. Reminder
Well, we've
to all
got our
coaches
final
and
bout for
boxers,
this part of
second
the session. As I say, we started off at 11 o'clock and we've gone non-stop. What is it now?
4:15.
Just gone
Second
3:30.
session starts. To all spectators,
So this is the last
we
one. This is
ask
a
you
junior men's novice,
to leave the
75 kg.
auditorium after this last
In the red
bout.
corner is Jacob Isherwood. And in the blue corner is Ian
Bout
Tuikaka.
28. Junior male novice. 75
So this is, I say, our last one
Boxers
for
to the
what
ring.
was our first session for the North Island Golden Gloves Championships here at the Great Lakes Centre in Tupelo. So this is the last two boxes, the junior men's novice, 75 kg.
Fighting out of the red corner, Jacob Isherwood.
So as I say, Jacob Isherwood in the red corner.
Fighting out of the blue
And in the
corner,
blue corner,
Ian
Ian.
Tawaka.
Tuikaka. The referee for this one is Paul McSherry. Here we go, round number one. Again, 2 minutes per round.
Southpaw versus lefty. A couple of haymakers going in there, Steve. Yeah. Once more, a couple of novice boxers, but they got to test the water. And of course, you got to have a go. So doing their best to have a crack.
Yeah, every fight we've seen in the last day and a half, every fight has actually, thrown literally the kitchen sink and their heart into it.
They have,
and it's credit to all their trainers.
Yeah, it's a credit to them, the boxers and the coaches. The boys have really, and the girls, of course, have really worked on their fitness and to prepare themselves for this event. And of course, like we've said, we will be starting on our long list for possibles to go to the Commonwealth Games from this tournament.
Yep.
And of course the South Island tournament.
And of course, you've got is it Nationals in Wellington in January?
Yeah, we have 2020 Nationals, yes.
Yeah, that's a 4-day tournament.
Yeah, yep. It stretches out to the 4th day. We don't load ourselves up with quite so much work as this one, and we spread it out a bit. But and of course, the preliminary bouts, you're giving the boxers a little bit more time to recover, so you try not to have them fighting twice in the same day. It's something we try and avoid if we can.
Yeah, a couple of the boxers yesterday, of course, had to attest to doing that. But again, given the 6 hours, the young fellas, I think the young Cole, did a great job.
Oh yeah, and the good old days. Some boxers have actually fought 3 times in the same day, and that was, that takes a bit out of you, that one.
Well,
that was many years ago.
And the junior men's novice final bout for this one at the 75 kg. In the red corner is a Jacob Isherwood, and in the blue corner he's fighting young N and Tua Ika. And I'll tell you what, Steve, it's fantastic. Of course, we're getting some great followers at the moment with Sky Sports Next on the YouTube channel. So it's going out to a really wide audience, and it's not just here in Tupelo, but it's great. These boxers are getting, young boxers are getting showcased.
Yeah, and we really appreciate the help that Sky Sport has given our sport. This is coverage that these kids deserve, and hopefully we can build on it in the future and build up a really good fan base. And we might get a sponsor or two on board, and that would be something that would be pretty amazing, because then we can get some funding into these kids and we can develop some very, very, very high-class boxers.
Well, we've got just, another couple of minutes before we get this last 2-minute round. Get that out and finished up. We'll be having a short break, and then we will be back now. I'm just looking at my watch now. It's probably going to be around about 3:45 that we're looking at. So we will be taking a 30-minute break, I think, or maybe.
I hope it's at least 30 minutes.
I'm just looking at our producer, and we're all nodding our heads going, we'll be doing a quick break of 30 minutes, stretch our legs, get our tonsils back to where they should be. So this is it.
I'll go and lock
2 minutes for Jacob Isherwood.
I'll go and lock our tournament supervisor, Mr. Walker, in a cupboard for an hour or so, and we might get a better break.
Not the one with the beer fridge, though.
No. Here. But no, Keith likes to see a tidy ship. He's our kamatua of our boxing, one of our kamatuas, and Keith he does a very, very good job of what he does, and thank God we've got him. He's been a great mentor to me, to help me move on through the administration side of boxing, and his legacy will live on for a long, long time.
The boys are not mucking around in this last 30 odd seconds or
Well, if it's a close bout, the last round is the last chance to win the bout, so you got to give it all you got.
the arms might be tiring, but they're both giving it a go with 10 seconds to go in the final.
I'm not going to leave here wondering.
No, leave nothing. Well done, young boys. Well done. Great way to finish our first session on the North Island and Golden Gloves Championships here at the Great Lakes Centre in Tupou. That's 28 bouts that we've had on the first session. If you thought that was good, wait till you see the 29 we've got coming up for you after a small wee break. We'll just wait for Nelly to get the scorecards in from the judges. And while I've got you, Steve, I'd like to say thank you so much for joining me and for helping me out. Having someone who knows what he's talking about is fantastic.
Well, I'm pretty good at bluffing my way through it anyway. But and I believe Powell will be doing the last session with you. I'll try and pop up if I can.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll be reasonably busy, but yeah, no, it's been great working with you.
Blue corner!
So the blue corner takes it away.
And of course, later on tonight, our youth boxers boxing later on tonight, and of course the elite, and there's going to be a real step up.
Oh, absolutely. And as I say, we've got it, what about 3:45, just so we can give our viewers sort of some indication. We can pretty much guarantee half an hour. And,
I would say we'll be on board live at 4:15 on the dot.
So we'll be back, and I'm just looking at our producer and giving him a big smile. 4:15 we'll be back on. You know, we're just having a... Yep. So, yep. I've got to go. We'll see you back. I've just got to shoot down to ringside, Steve, so just bear with me.
Bye.